Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. Of course, we're taking a look at the CSGO Wingman Finals today. I'm Tolsma, with me is once more RJ Cos. How are you doing on this blisteringly heat day?
I had my dinner outside in the beautiful sun, in the delightful heat. I'm looking forward to perhaps when we're done still enjoying some of that evening warmth, you know, like when it's cooled down a little bit, but it's still really nice and chill outside. So I'm totally digging this weather, just like how I'm going to be digging casting this Wingman tournament.
Oh, definitely. We have some amazing teams ready. And of course, let's take a look at how this tournament will take place. As we said, it is Wingman. That means it's a 2v2. We have a grand total of 10 maps, which people, of course, can play. First to 9 wins, and it will be in a best-of-3 format. The maps not really being chosen by a veto, rather by a map machine, for which we have our handy-dandy chicken always standing by.
Indeed, and an impressive chicken it definitely is, right? I'm really interested to see which maps end up coming out in this best of 3. And, I mean, you know, that chicken with the new skin and everything, it's looking beautiful just like all of these maps are.
Well, let's also take a look at the payouts for the players. If they manage to come far in the tournament, the winner will take 1,600 euros, which they, of course, will have to split between the two of them. Let's hope that it will all go fair. And besides that, they'll also get some Titan points, which will bring them higher and higher on the rankings. And, of course, could also give you a nice race at the end of the year. There's also a bonus, as you can see at the bottom. There will be a viewer game with our casters, that is me and RJ, and you could actually make some cold hard cash with that if you do manage to win. Let's take a look at the bracket as well for our contenders in this Wingman final. We have a Soda Tex Party, Only Aim No Brain, something I can't really relate to because I only have brain no aim. Speed of Darkness, X-Tape, Bot Denny, Esportal Talents, the Baltic team, Awaities Party. And then we have some great teams on the other side as well, NPNP and BNP. Ines, Pop Beta, Stasis Party, Cringe, Xuikak, and Fix. I still have.
You're trying Fixadinho's Party and Nutiki at the end. There we go. We got through it, you know. There we go. And indeed, I think a lot of interesting lineups and a lot of interesting duos, I should say, right, that are going to impress us and perhaps show, you know, their insane Wingman talent after lots and lots of grinding to prepare for this tournament.
Well, it's gonna be hard, of course. Wingman is the most competitive vibe in Counter-Strike, as you could imagine. I often do it as a little bit of a warm-up with my mates before we get going, before we actually get the 5-stack ready. Some days, money. Other days, terrible. Which is pretty much like every game I play. One day is great, the other day is absolutely dreadful. But sometimes, for instance, yesterday I did a little bit of preparation also on Wingman. Had a great game. Had a terrible teammate though.
Same. I had the exact same problem. A teammate that was yelling at me and telling me that I was terrible, even though I was at the top of the leaderboard. So take that. And yeah, I had quite some fun with Wingman. I like the dynamics that Wingman creates. You know, you can really just kind of play with your enemy at times. If you can get it down to a 1v1, for example, and you're on that CT side, constantly toying with the terrorist so that he can't get a bomb plant down is honestly hilarious, I gotta say. You know, I just really enjoy playing a bit of Ring Around the Rosie and getting the round win like that.
Well, of course, you can join up in forces against us, which is, of course, what you want, and maybe make some money as well. There will be a viewer game in the middle of today's show. Casters can't play, you might ask. Well, I can, RJ, not so much sometimes, but if you win against us, you actually get a 100 euros reward. You can type !caster bash in the chat to enter. And of course, I dare you to do that because maybe, just maybe, you'll catch some headshots from us, and maybe you'll dish out a little bit more than that.
Indeed, and on the note of entering and participating in things, also don't forget to, you know, share that referral program. If you can register there and become one of those referred streamers, there are many gems up for grabs, and that is a solid 100 gems per $1 in this case, which is just a delightful bonus just for referring people and being part of the program. I think that, you know, people just have reasons enough to participate today, be it in the caster battle, the caster bash, or in this referral program. there's money up for grabs.
Yeah, I already see the first people trying to join in on the Caster Bash, so make sure to use exclamation point and then Caster Bash in the Trovo live chat, and then you might be drawn to go up against us. RJ will first start into our first match of this Wingman tournament. Is there a certain map you favor on the Wingman format?
I mean, actually, I do quite enjoy Train, and that's purely because of the fact that, you know, the A-bomb site that you play on, it's so much fun to toy around with all the different angles that you can hide behind and all the different nooks and crannies that you can, you know, surprise your enemy from or actually just hide from them. I really like the dynamics of that map. For the rest, I do also quite like Inferno. I also really enjoy playing that one too, and that's maybe also just because of the beautiful, you know, Italian vibes, the summer vibes. It just fits in the theme and in the current weather, really. So I really like that one too. And yeah, for the rest, I think that most of the maps are quite interesting, and it's just a completely different play style with how you only have a small part of the map to really play on.
Yeah, I prefer Train mostly. Whenever I get that in the screen when I'm loading, I'm like, yeah, baby, it's getting there. Because Train, it has free entry points for DTs, which is relatively high, especially on Wingman maps. But they're also quite split, so you can really play with the CTs in that regard, as you said as well, jumping around the bomb site to waste time. That's pretty much how you play Train. And of course, there's a lot of height differences with those trains you can play on, or at least throw some smokes in between, which of course makes it a little bit easier for yourself to hide, or maybe just surprise your opponent by sneaking through. That sneaking part, really one of the things I know and love.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's just fun to toy with your prey almost, you know, like a lion almost does, you could say, to just see how you can trick your enemy and fool them into running all around the map to eventually still, you know, whittle them down or deny that bomb plant if necessary. I think that that's kind of the whole, you know, attraction to Wingman, that it allows for a completely different dynamic play style, also more focused on, well, a single player's capacities compared to, you know, just the regular 5v5 game that people might play more often.
Yeah, I do also like Inferno, as you said, but like that's also a little bit of a Wingman thing that I sometimes do feel, is that it's scary how easily and how quickly those rounds go, because you're like, especially with Inferno, instantly into the face of your opponents. Like, you can't go for like 10 meters without actually facing the CTs already.
Yep.
So that's why I do like Train, because I like some breathing space. Then I also line up as if I know a certain smoke, which clearly I don't. And well, I actually recently, when I played a bug, I was like, oh yeah, I actually know this smoke because I saw it in the broadcast. Then started playing Train again recently, didn't have a single clue where to throw it from. That's just how silly my brain is.
Well, it's okay, you know, we all have those kind of moments, so it's no biggie. And I think maybe, you know, where you might have a bit of brain delay or where your brain might fail you a little bit, I can catch up when we are playing together in that Caster Bash later on today. I think that together like that, we can make a very powerful duo to take on, well, whomever feels worthy and whomever thinks that they can beat us in a fair fight.
Yeah, if you do want to go up against us, make sure to put in ! Caster Bash in the chat, and you might be drawn for that viewer game today. Of course, tomorrow we'll also have a match, and we'll also have a viewer game ready for you to maybe win some money. But first, let's look at the map machine, where we have our handy dandy, of course, beautiful chicken. Standing by to get the maps ready for the first match. We'll see, of course, a best of 3, and this is completely randomized, and we have our chicken trained to actually handle slot machines, which is amazing. And as you can see, it's quite strong. Doesn't know its own power. Let's see what the maps will be, RJ.
Indeed, and it looks to be Vertigo, Cobblestone, and Short Dust. Oh, I like this one. This is an interesting lineup. I think I prefer Cobblestone out of this one, but Vertigo just as much. I think, yeah, this is a really interesting map pool to see what that's going to give and how these teams are going to play out on that.
Yeah, Cobblestone as a CT is quite claustrophobic because they're actually coming from all different directions and they're already really close whenever they want to. But Vertigo, I'm really curious how that will play out. Short Dust as well. That's one which is, of course, quite the legendary one. It's the Dust one. You've all played it most likely numerous times. And I'm curious to see how the players will actually go about it. Will there be a lot of utility being used, or will it just be running and gunning? Because sometimes if you just have that confidence, you can go in and get those frags for your team, and now your team is only 2 guys, so you can just high-five one person and you're already done.
Yep, indeed, done and dusted. I am very interested to see how that's all going to pan out, to be honest, because, well, like I said earlier, Wingman, it allows for a completely different play style. It introduces so many, well, dynamic tactics and so many opportunities for what to do. And I'm really curious to see how it's going to be. Is there going to be that heavy reliance on utility, or are teams really, or well, duos, I should say, really just purely going to rely on those aim skills? Like I'm going to shoot the enemy dead and that's all I'll have to do. I won't need a smoke or a molly, nothing of the sorts. I honestly don't know yet, and I'm really excited to see how those teams might all pan out and how they might all just play it out.
I'm also quite curious to see what kind of weapons we'll, of course, encounter. Will there be a player actually going for an AWP at a certain point in time? Of course, it's quite a risk, but it can also be quite a reward. But on Vertigo, you dare to say players might be coming a little bit too close too quickly, especially if they know a little bit of utility. Cobblestone, as I said, quite claustrophobic. I'm not really sure if you can move as well as you want to with the AWP. And Short Dust, well, the only side is quite heavily guarded by some walls, so you'll already be forced into the close range. So I dare to say even an SMG buy could maybe work out, especially for the CTs with the MP9 still going strong. But also a shotgun in the form of the Swag 7 might be the thing to make do with some frags.
Indeed, really play on those close range angles. And I think that's a very solid tactic to go for. And of course, it creates some more financial momentum for yourselves. As we know, an SMG kill gets you 600, a shotgun kill gets you 900, which is quite a considerable amount. But maybe, just maybe, the players won't even need all those mad stacks if they play things out fast enough. And if they just rock, those SMGs, those shotguns. I think it all depends, really, because in a way, the M4 or the AK, they're both also just comfort picks. Everyone knows how to play those. Everyone knows the recoil patterns. They are just the guns that you almost always play with. So I think that there's a solid chance that we'll still be seeing those appear, regardless of perhaps in those close range battles, the SMGs and shotguns being a bit stronger.
Well, RJ, now I of course also have to ask, what kind of player are you? Because I need to prepare for our viewer game later today. Are you more aggressive or are you more laid back? Because I'm the running and gunning and hoping everything works out kind of guy.
It depends, really. It also depends on my opponent. I tend to read my opponent and then decide what tactic might actually work best. So I gotta say that usually I will be a little bit ballsy, get a bit closer, even as a CT. And as a terrorist, just kind of go in and kind of get close to the bomb site and then slow down. So a little bit of a combination of both. I change my tactic depending on my opponent.
Okay, I just always take my own plan and I hope it works out. And if it doesn't, I'll probably slow down and then mess up my own brain because I'm like, wait, I need to push. And then I don't push, and then I'm waiting, and then I throw a flashbang into my own face, and that's it. That's usually just about it. And then we'll see from that point onwards. Let's get ready for our first match of today. Of course, it's a Wingman tournament with a best-of-3 format, with which, of course, the players need to reach 9 rounds first. RJ, are you hyped?
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see what these players are going to do and how they're going to play in these Wingman tournaments. They have a delightful selection of maps to play on: Vertigo, Cobblestone, and Short Dust. So honestly, reason enough for them to amaze and, well, provide some top-notch entertainment for us.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. Of course, we'll see Vertigo first, then Cobblestone. Possibly, as a decider, we'll go to Short Dust, but you never know. These players might be great, but there will, of course, still be a level of play which might differ between them. And if you do see, for instance, a double team of Tolsma, you know you've already won. So I dare to say that going up against a double team of RJ would be a swift walkover.
Oh wow. Wow, that's some BM going on right here, you know. I'd like to think that I still have some capacity to fight back in me, please.
Oh yes.
You know. I know how to handle things. That 1v1 we played at one point doesn't say everything, but let's just get into it now. It's only aim, no brain versus Soda Texas Party. So let's see who's to blame for the eventual win, or perhaps the eventual loss.
Well, first nail knife for the side choice, and well, normally it's quite a mayhem, but now we just have a simple 2v2, so that makes it a little bit easier. Only aim no brain has won that knife round and is able to decide what side they want to start on. I dare to say, in Wingman, it's usually best to start on the T side, because you can actually control the momentum. On the CT side, you don't really have a lot of opportunities to play around. So quite often, it's better to just try to control the time and maybe just already tilt some players by giving them headshots that they wouldn't expect.
Absolutely, you know, just well, play high pace too. That's the main thing, I think. Just go for those quick plays and make the best out of it.
Well, in the meantime, they're just getting ready. Only aim no brain is probably talking things through, saying, "Oh yeah, we're only aim no brain. Then we should start on DT side." But I believe, not really sure that they actually did a switch. Sometimes the overlay is a little bit delayed.
Yeah, I believe looking at things that so yes, they have indeed switched, and we are seeing Soda Texas Party on that T side playing in the, well, some would argue favorable spot. Blame takes the first frag and Banjo immediately refragging, but it's Soda Texas Party that takes the first round after a swift mid battle.
And this is quite confusing for me, because one thing everyone knows is that the Glocks are better on close range. What does only aim no brain do? Oh yeah, we're just gonna force it on the closest range we can find on this map. Not really sure on how to go about that, as we do see the Deagle force by, as Soda Tex Party has actually thrown the bomb quite far behind, which is also quite confusing, but they're at least now playing the passive and more logical angle holding, hoping that there might be a mistake coming from the Croatian side, as only aim no brain is looking at a helicopter.
Indeed. Look at it hovering. Perhaps they're thinking of, going for an escape route. But now we'll see, as the T start to push through mid, that they will have to move onto a bomb site soon enough. But the question is, will they be able to take the fight? They are slowly but surely progressing, and they will be contending with Banjo. That Deagle aimed at the ready. But let's see if they actually get that frag. Sodatex gradually pushing ahead. And indeed, he takes the frag. Banjo goes down. He was standing at the ready, but sadly no chance, just as his teammate Itzuo has to take the fall as well. Sodatex's party take the second round, and so far, only aim no brain isn't really showing aim either.
Well, this was just a very, very slow round from the Germans, which is, of course, why I said you should start on that T side. CT is often quite scared to push, especially after that pistol round, and now you just see Sodatex just completely controlling the pace, not really going for anything aggressive early on, and then they just slowly but steadily try to go in for a different angle. Well, once more they'll go for mid, because it's most likely the safest and longest approach they can think of, and at the moment in time, only aim no brain is still just standing on side, pretty much the same as in the previous round. This time, however, Banjo is holding a more aggressive angle, with also Itzuo standing close by underneath that scaffolding, hoping to surprise some players as they move from CT spawn.
And indeed, Itzuo gets the first, but is the second. There he goes to the fight. Sadly, though, for him, he won't get the frag, but he is in luck as Banjo compensates and takes the second frag. And with that, only aim no brain takes a round. And perhaps now they are ready for the comeback. with the AK and M4 in hand. This is their time to shine.
Well, there we have the helicopter from our news channel, and welcome to another episode of Toldersman News together with RJ. We're looking at a B-side approach, and I'll probably talk more normal now as we do see the first kill, and the second coming in from Sodatex, as it is really his party, RJ. 3-2-1.
Yep.
And after a lost round, they just figured they'd turn it all around. Now up against an AWP, however, together with a Deagle for Itsuo.
I still find that AWP an interesting choice because, well, the only place I can immediately imagine it is, I guess, if you position yourself on the bomb side, on the B side, obviously, as this is Wingman, and you play for those long-range angles, but it's still a risk that you're taking. Now, though, he does have a nice little bout of tunnel vision towards the stairs, and his enemies will still be coming through there, but he does not hit his first shot. Neither does he hit his second. Spots the enemy, peeks in again, but not the third. Banjo having one hell of a time as the smokes take away his vision, and Sodatex once again seems to be the party planner, along with Blame. They take another round, and they get closer and closer to that eventual win.
Yeah, it just really seemed like me on the AWP. It hurts, but we have to be honest here, RJ. We can't lie to the people at home. And now we do see that 4-1 for Sodatex Party. Don't forget, the first to 9 is the winner of this first match. Of course, quite favorable if you already get your first victory in, because it's a single elimination bracket. This time, only Aim and Brain is going for that mid push slightly with Itsuo. Already going down. Now Banjo being spotted out by Sodatex, who just throws in a little bit of util. Gets a legal shot on him, but then, well, Sodatex just gets the headshot in the end. 5-1, and Sodatex Party still doing relatively well.
Indeed, so far, still reigning supreme. Only that one round, only Aim No Brain managed to, well, snoop off them, I should say. Seemed to only have been a temporary upset. Right now, we see only Aim No Brain just struggling as well when it comes to equipment. They do have those M4s, but, you know, where is the utility? And Sodatex and Blame are just relentless. They take another round as they shoot them down, and they go to the 6th, getting very close to that magical 9 rounds. The amount of rounds you need to win this first map in this best of 3.
Say what now? Well, currently they're doing really well, as we do see the SMG from Banjo, but it's due to their financial strain, as they have been struggling the entire match. Now a nade comes in, Sodatex quite heavily tagged, but a Molotov will just follow to clear out the close position, and Itsuo will be flashed to bits as he's still standing close to this smoke, hoping when that Molotov extinguishes, he can actually go for a peek himself, take some more map control, as Sodatex hasn't really taken any pressure themselves. It's actually free real estate, and Blame, well, you can't blame him, but he's trying to jump up there, but he's not succeeding.
He'll get there, eventually, you know, and he's in luck, so, you know, he's got a teammate like Sodatex who will just carry him no matter what, by the looks of things. Now, though, let's see if that FAMAS and MP9, or, no, yes, it is the MP9, can make a difference, and if those close range angles will, you know, do the trick. Sodatex gradually pushing on. He might be checking the wrong corners here, but Itsuo is focused on those stairs now. We hear some noise, and Banjo MP9 working a charm. Blame compensating. Itsuo, though, comes in at the right time and takes out Blame. Only Aim, No Brain, make it to halftime with 4 rounds behind. Let's see if their T side will go a bit more swimmingly.
Well, they'll first have to, of course, win the pistol, and with those Glocks on close range, there's actually always a chance. But, well, then you now have to, of course, make things true. Here we have a little bit of a replay from that last round as well. Itsuo getting a beautiful tap there, but it wasn't enough to actually gain the lead in this first half, because they're still quite far behind, as you said yourself, 4 rounds. As now Sodatex will go down to Itsuo, maybe a little bit of overcommit there from the CT. But Blame, he's actually playing a relatively close angle, hoping that his USP can shine through in the end.
Indeed. And it is shining through for sure, as he has gotten that double kill, and Sodatex's party are back on the map. 7-2 right now, and there's still a clear advantage here. where I am starting to worry a little bit for only aim, no brain, because, well, it seems like sometimes you do need a brain and aim, and you can't just make things work with one of the two.
Yeah, now we do see some nades flying in, but Banjo and his boy are ting-a-ling-a-ling away on mid, making some sweet music, and actually doing a little bit of a cheeky boost, which I like. RJ, remember that one in case we do need to play Vertigo.
Yep, indeed. It's all
Are you
being...
a top or a bottom there?
I'll leave you to get on top there so that you can, practice your better aim and
very smart.
get the kills where necessary. It's a tactical choice.
All right, I like it, and we're gonna stick to it. In the meantime, it's Izuo also coming from that CT area, as he's moving in with his Deagle against, of course, the M4 and SMG on close range. Well, there went the SMG. It's Sodatex going down, and Blame's still a little bit scared that he might be flanked from that B stairs. But they're actually both coming from this CT area. First player being spotted out, and a shoulder peek from the second from the AC unit. Izuo with the last frag as well. Bring it into a decent-ish round now for only aim no brain. Their economy is better than that of their opponents. And most likely Sodatex will go for an eco. Meaning, oh no, never mind, they're forcing. I'll take everything back, RJ. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Of course they're forcing. I mean, you could have seen this one coming, Chaldrick. Let's be real here. Knowing, the origin of this team and how they've been playing so far, I would be very, very surprised if Sodatex's party decided, no, come on, let's be sensible and let's actually save. We'll see, though, now as Sodatex, they are still quite far ahead. It's a chance for only aim no brain to shorten their lead. And right now, Izuo gets that good frag. Banjo comes in too, and with that, they get the fourth round in. They are getting closer and closer. And maybe, just maybe, Sodatex's party are not feeling all too comfortable with that CT side.
Ooh, well, they should most likely now go for an eco, because otherwise they'll be in a world of trouble. In the meantime, we have that AK and M4 still for only aim no brain, and that's why I said RJ, the side best side, as we do see them rushing through quite heavily on towards that B stairs. First kill, just getting 1v1s, as Banjo makes some sweet music once more, and actually closes the gap to only 2 rounds. AWP now also being picked up, as they don't care about that disgusting Science M4, because who even uses that thing anymore? And just a little bit of a replay right here on that 1v1 that you got 2 times in a row. Well, if you get those, it's easier to make do with what you get.
Absolutely, just work with what you have, I think is a good way to put it. Blame, though, he does make the M4 work as he takes out Banjo this time. Not a chance for him to make the music anymore, and Sodatex getting the second frag. As he upgrades to the AK, they now continue to their deciding round. If Sodatex's party manages to win this one, they will be 1 map ahead in the best of 3. So let's see if it gets down to that, as right now, only aim no brain. They do have the AKs, they've got utility, full armor, really. There's no problems there. But maybe, just maybe, Sodatex's party can put a quick stop to that and force them to that second map. Now they'll blame. Ooh, almost caught out with utility in hand, but gets the first frag as Izuo goes down, and he delays with that smoke. And now Banjo's thinking, some nervous shaking of his camera, and he realizes that he is in a tight spot. Now pushing ahead. And is he going to anticipate the player on the left side? He goes for the battle, but the second peek comes there. Blame takes the frag. And with that, the first map has come to an end. Sodatex's party winning this map and being 1 map ahead in the best of 3.
Yeah, especially their T side was working out wondrously. So I'm curious to see how they will actually stack that up on a cobblestone as well. Cobblestone, as said before, quite claustrophobic. You have the possibility to go via drop. That you can either go in towards the side straight away, or you can go for connector, which is both a death trap. If you go for long, you might be challenged a little bit earlier by a player with a scout, AWP, whatever, from the CT side, who might want to go for the cheeky peek. If you walk out anyway, it's death trap. So the T side now, here on Cobblestone, I'm a little bit more worried for the players. It all comes down to those initial fights and possibly even more to some proper flashbangs. And with Cobblestone being out of the map rotation, I'm not really sure if the normal utility is still known to the players. Of course, some would have argued to probably prepare properly for this map to come.
I do miss Cobblestone, out of that regular rotation. I really enjoyed it. It's such a beautiful map, and well, if I had to choose between Ancient or Cobblestone, I'll pick Cobblestone every time. I'm not insane, but oh well.
I like it.
Indeed, I get.
I've also played
the
Cash recently, and
ooh,
well, the new graphics my brain can't handle, but it's for the better.
okay.
Some new boxes, really bad for my brain as well, but I manage. One thing
Scary.
I just really can't go without is that cheeky windowing connector. Come on, man! Like I got shot at, and my brain just didn't register it was coming from the window because my brain said it's not there, and then oh wait, there's actually a head there, and then I was already dead. So that's a little bit unfortunate. I could do without that, but I would like to see Cobblestone back in the rotation because as the CTs, you actually still had a good chance to properly go for a flank, maybe even a boost in drop. You never know. Here we do see the knife, of course, coming out once more with Blame just putting down the pressure, saying, "Oh, come on, guys, you can come out of long, and then I'll just wait for you." As this beautiful German castle is being sieged by only Aim No Brain, who actually wins the knife once more. They're really consistent on that part. Let's hope they also win maps this time around.
Indeed, the knife is nice to have, but if you can get the knife and not the map, then it's not worth all that much, sadly. But we'll see how it pans out as right now the knife keeps, stabbing around. Some fun playing between the teammates. But now let's see. I'm really curious, honestly, to see how the first pistol round starts off. And if only Aim No Brain, is this time going to turn things around? Are they going to actually grab the chance, and are they actually going to have a chance, I should say, to come back now and perhaps turn it to that third map, that decider map, Short Dust?
Well, Short Dust, I'm not really sure who it would favor, just looking at those playstyles from the teams. Blame and Surtex now moving out from that long position, actually going for 3, and Banjo goes down. That's a sad song. Blame also with a follow-up with the Glock on towards Itzuo, and that means we have a 1-0 once more in favor of Sodatex's party. And, well, I think they'll be quite happy now, and they'll go for an SMG buy, going up against, of course, the strong Deagles.
Indeed, and those Deagles can still be a massive pain sometimes. One headshot is all it takes. And now we see Sodatex, his party, they are going quite aggressive. Blame standing at the ready with that AK. He can hear some utility flying around, but slowly and surely they'll rotate around, not going for the drop area there, but deciding to go the long way around, which might just be a spot that only Aim No Brain right now is not paying all that much attention to, although it looks like Banjo has rotated, and indeed now it's Blame. He has to go for the battle with the AK. He isn't immediately hitting the headshots. This is tough, and Itzuo now actually gets a frag out of it, and Blame stuck in a two-way battle that he could never have ever won. And now it's Banjo who recovers an AK, and only Aim No Brain immediately answering after Sodatex's party won the pistol round.
Well, as we now do see a 1-on-1 score, AK and M4 for only Aim No Brain, they'll be quite happy to continue on towards this round. Blame and Sodatex with those Deagles standing by, going for some sick 1-Deags, but actually going for some sick quick deaths. That means only Aim No Brain actually gets that second round in a row. It's now trying to actually extend that lead as well. Sodatex could buy 2 AKs and armor, but they're actually going for a Galil with utility. And then Sodatex himself going for the AK because it's his team, right? It's in the name.
Indeed, indeed. And, well, with a name like that, I would have expected them to have the sickest aim. But we'll see if that keeps reigning true because, well, they've shown in that previous map that they definitely have the potential, but that they couldn't quite, well, bring it to that fruition, that they couldn't quite finish it. Now we'll see, though. They have another chance. They have a second map. and they just have to get this to the third. That way they will actually stand a chance and deny Soda Texas Party the chance of making this a 2-0. Blaine now, last man standing, and Idzuo denies as he gets the frag, and Only Aim No Brain grabs their third round. Definitely feeling comfortable on the CT side so far.
We do see now Soda Texas Party saying, oh yeah, well, Vertigo was more our map choice. But of course, this map on the T side, as I said before, quite hard, as well as this jump for the CTs apparently. As Banjo is standing by, the players are moving towards long, with Sodatex already taking a nade to defeat. Itsuo, of course, having the better weaponry, is just waiting for a player to pop out, and then he'll just go for the headshot himself, as we do have a little bit of a waiting game. I believe one player now once more moving towards long, as one more smoke is coming in, and those birds flying high, they're not doing too much, as well as Sodatex. Some damage on towards Itsuo, who gets taken down by Blame in the end. Banjo's trying to win this 1v1, but his spray not on point. That means a second round for Sodatex and his teammate. And RJ, I dare to say, with this map being quite CT favored, every round they now get in is actually a very big one.
Absolutely, it's worth a lot because Cobblestone, it is known for that CT favor. CTs in the regular Cobblestone have a lot of rotational capacity, seeing as they already start on one of the bomb sites. But in general, you know, it does feel like the Ts have far too many narrow choke points to actually get through, and that puts them in very, very tight spots time and time again. But we'll see now what they make of it, as Soda Texas Party, they are delaying somewhat, and I think that their best bet is to just play to the strongest possible angle, or play to a spot where they can actually surprise a player. Right now, though, Idzuo has gotten those noise cues, if I'm not mistaken. And Banjo is still looking towards the long spot. Now Idzuo can deny Blame, and immediately tosses a Molotov after it. But is Idzuo going to expect Sodatex? And is Sodatex even going to look the right way? Yes, he does go to the battle, but Banjo peeks him for the AWP and takes him down. 4-2 for Only Aim No Brain. And Sodatex's Party, well, they're still looking for their refrain. Just, you know, have to make it rhyme somehow.
Quote American CS right there. He's chicken coop! Chicken beeping coop! And then the beeping is an expletive, which of course I can't use. So the Tech's now going for the aggressive play here. Fry connector as he's trying to fry the player close by. Banjo, meantime, with the AWP, still not really being able to get his shots in, as close range doesn't really favor that weapon. Awkward. As nowadays, with those barrels, you can actually self-boost rather than having to use a teammate there. That with the AWP actually goes in his favor. I believe it's already been heard by Soda Texas Party, though, as they're now just going for a casual plan because, well, they have the room, they have the time, they actually don't have the kills. It is going to be Only Aim No Brain with the final kills in the end. And also now a 5th round in this half, which is quite decent. And let's see if they can actually try to go on as well. The Soda Texas Party, they're slowly but steadily mentally getting into it.
Indeed, it's taking some time, but I would like to see them get that 3rd or 4th round perhaps in, you know. That is kind of the, well, necessity at least, I dare say. Otherwise, well, it's a bit too much, you know. They should at least be able to get this last round in this first half and make it that 3-5. That gives them ample opportunity on the CT side to first go for the equalizer and then make it into a potential 2-0 anyway at the end of the day. Now, though, Banjo spots out Sodatex, takes him out, and we see this becoming a very tense 1v2. Blame thinking, oh, I'm going to plant, but then realizing, I'm in a bit of a tight spot, and now he's going to get peeked, and he goes down. Expected, I would almost say, as Only Aim No Brain take 6-2 as a halftime score, which is quite solid to start on for that T side.
Yeah, it was a very good peekaboo moment from Only Aim No Brain. Yes, they're quite happily up at this moment in time, so the Techs now trying to fight their way back in towards this match. Of course, now on the CT side, winning the pistol is vital, and jumping on the staircase often still results into a slight clip, which slows you down. Both players from Connector not being spotted out by the CTs whatsoever, and only aim no brain is actually almost on towards the side, and actually with the first frag as well. Banjo, though, once more with a little bit too much of a spray, and Blame takes down the already low Itzuo. That means we now have a third round for Sodatech's party. They have a financial gain, but what will they buy? Well, Blame could most likely go for a FAMAS if he likes, Sodatex will go for that MP9. I dare to say, looking at how Only Aim No Brain just played the previous round, a shotgun on towards the drop zone wouldn't be too bad of a choice. Yet the players of Only Aim No Brain once more go for that long approach.
Indeed, and it seems to be a solid enough tactic every now and then, but they cannot deal with Sodatex actually eliminating the long-range part of the long approach. As he gets close with the MP9, he just completely destroys them and grabs the second round for his team so far. And with that, they are only 2 rounds away from the equalizer. We see it here in the replay. It's that MP9 just absolutely shredding. Although that second frag, it took a little bit of time to get the headshot in, but not the end of the world.
In the meantime, we just see the fire burning, and when the fire starts to burn, it starts to spread. And then the rest of the song, which you don't know. It's going to be 2 MP9s up against 2 AKs, as Banjo is standing by to drop in towards the drop zone. Blame might also drop in there himself, as his feet might be showing if the player would look. Yet, if the smoke comes in, Blame is still standing by, and he's saying, hey, brother, there's a smoke here, but there's no player. But where there is smoke in the Netherlands, we do say, there is fire. Yet, there's no real fire, because the molly is actually not gone out yet.
Yep, indeed. Just give it some time, I guess. But we'll see how this all pans out. Some more utility flying through. 30 seconds remaining. And maybe, just maybe, Sodatex's party are playing this safe, playing this for time. Now, Banjo and Itzuo trying to make an opening. And they are very successful as they take them both out. And they can even... or maybe not. I'm not sure if that plant actually went through at the end. But it doesn't matter, they got the round win, and that is the important part, as they are only 2 rounds away from making this best of 3, or pushing this best of 3, I should say, to a decider map.
Well, in the meantime, it's Banjo now going for a slow approach on towards the drop zone, hoping a player will actually self-boost himself up there, and, well, just go for a little bit of an aggressive play. At this moment in time, it's just that before getting the kill, though, Banjo goes down as he is a little bit too eager. And, well, that's something we also know in the Netherlands, greediness. And that doesn't always go your way.
Oh, yeah. You guys sure are good with, well, with your dosh, I should say. Just like Sodatech seems to be good with his weapons, as he gets that frag in the 5th round for his party. And they are definitely cutting it close in this second map, not gonna lie. And this, you know, it was a bit of an easy frag, I have to say, being thrown into Sodatex's lap there.
Well, sometimes you just gotta give some people what they want, RJ. It's the way we go. Some fire on drop zone will be slightly delaying Banjo and his boy. Just looking at this map, it just brings me back to like how I always used to throw my default flashbangs and stuff like that. Big from Blame, not really too great, and at least we now have someone to blame if they do lose this round on Sodatex's party. Sodatex still with the AWP might go for a cheeky peek on long, and he could actually get 2 kills there because they're moving up. As the smoke goes out, he'll like probably think they'll be there. And as they jump out, well, he'll know.
Oh.
1 frag coming in, and it's just a little bit too late to go around the corner. Banjo takes the kill, and into a match point we go. Only Aim No Brain, actually now in the lead.
Indeed, and this could just be the chance. Only Aim No Brain. They need that 1 more round, and they've still got a little bit of leeway there as well. You know, they can actually, you know, drop 1 or 2 more rounds if necessary. And they do also have the utility advantage. Banjo now gets that first frag. Blame goes down. And now Sodatex's party, with only Sodatex left, in a tight spot. He could get the drop on them here, but he's looking the wrong way. Doesn't spot the feet in time, but the spray down is good. But Sodatex gets a clean double kill to extend his lead and to keep his team in the running just a little while longer on the second map.
Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Both teams now with decent rifles. Of course, Banjo still with the AK. It's over the Deagle, which is sometimes better for certain players. And we do see some default utility being thrown out. Yet the players from Only Aim No Brain still messes with my mind as well.
Only Blame No Brain.
Only blame. I only blame you guys. And is Banjo actually trying to lead the charge as he's going through that connector area? The bomb still in his pocket, and they're actually waiting for Sodatex's party to make a mistake. But this smoke, I don't really understand.
Oh dear. And now we do see Blame getting that frag. Means that only Itzuo is left, and he's only got a Deagle, plus he doesn't have bomb control. So this means that Blame is in a very strong position indeed. Itzuo moves to recover the bomb, but sadly for him it ends up with his death. As now Sodatex's party, they need 2 more rounds. They are 1 round away from the equalizer. And as we can see, Only Aim No Brain are still rocking quite mediocre weaponry. A MAC-10 and a Deagle? Well, what's that going to do against 2 AKs? 2 stolen AKs, I should say. It's like adding insult to injury.
Well, sometimes you just have to try something, RJ, because it's better than nothing. In the meantime, the players go into drop, then go out of drop again, because, well, they might be getting drop-kicked by their opponents. In the meantime, Banjo and Itzuo are now going for longer angles with inferior weaponry, which always seems like a bad idea, and indeed, it is a bad idea. Sodatex standing close by with the AK, possibly to get some support from Blame. But will they check this angle? No, they won't. First kill coming in, good flashbang onto her second. Sodatex brings it in towards an 8-8 situation. Meaning, we'll actually go to overtime, RJ. And that means that maybe Sodatex's party could get this match in with a 2-0.
Indeed, very interested to see how this all will pan out. I mean, Sodatex, Sodatex's party, I should say, they are playing strong, they are playing well, and clearly when they know what they're fighting for, they don't seem to be struggling. But now we'll see what's gonna give, as now that nade drops down. Itzuo and Banjo already tagged, but Sodatex, he's rocking that AWP. So let's see if that AWP can make things work. He's going for quite the aggressive angle, and that smoke is going to dissipate soon enough. Now the flash comes through, and he misses a critical shot. Banjo takes the frag instead, and Blame moves to delay with the molly. As he now goes ahead, and the spray down isn't quite there. He gets 1 frag, but not the second. As now Only Aim No Brain are actually playing for the win. Unless, of course, Sodatex's party can force this to a second overtime. It's all possible. We'll have to see what ends up happening.
Yeah, very unlucky there for Blame that he was unable to take down the rifler, because I think if you leave open the hopper in such a situation, you actually have a better chance of winning. Now, Only Aim No Brain is on that possible victory of this map. That would mean we'll go to Short Dust as decided by our magical chicken. Do you have a name for a chicken?
Name for a chicken?
Yeah.
I'm feeling Trevor. Let's call it Trevor.
Oh, Trevor. But that's more of a guy name for a chicken.
Okay, fair point.
Oh,
this is tough. Let's just see, though. What isn't tough is Only Aim No Brain, as they do get it to that third map. And I'm shoving the pressure over to you. You can think of a chicken name, as I just talk about the fact that Only Aim No Brain there, they made it a tough battle, but they ended up coming out on top. And with that, now we will be going to Short Dust, that third decider map, which I will be honest, after I saw, the performance of course, the other team in the beginning, they seem to be really strong, and I didn't think that it was going to go to a free mapper situation, but yet it did.
Well, RJ, sometimes we might just be slightly surprised as we will go into, indeed, that third map. I dare to say that still So the Texas Party seems to be the most favored because their round difference slightly better. Their T side, when it comes to a map where you can actually move out SAT, seems to be better. But Short Dust, I have to say, it's quite a clustered map, so it's going to be hard for both teams to perform well here. Going forward, still, the Germans might be in the lead for me. Who are you going to root for here?
Well, I kind of feel like I now have to root for Only Aim No Brain, and maybe that's also because I sympathize with them. I'm also a man of not that many qualities, and just the one. So I'm also just following that Only Aim No Brain mentality and saying they'll be able to get this. They're going to come back now after that really impressive second map that they just played.
Well, we'll have to wait and see for that to happen. Only Aim No Brain, very good aimers, as we just saw before. And on the other side, also the Texas Party. It's Blame just trying to carry Tex because why else would the guy with the name perform? Like, if you have your name in the team's name, you're usually not the hardest fragger, right? Because that makes no sense.
Well, no, you tend to be someone that the team can rally behind, and in the case of this duo, I assume that it's Sodatex who's taking the lead and who's making all the big boy decisions. That's the only thing I can really think of, to be quite honest. Otherwise, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just Sodatex who really, really wants to get internet famous. Maybe, who knows? Maybe in a few months' time, we'll be seeing Sodatex being the number one wingman champion along with his teammate.
Well, you gotta believe, RJ. And
Always.
I dare to say there's a chance. Of course, Sodatex is streaming himself as well. So I'm curious to see how he will, of course, be mentally gaining from this going forward. And, well, RJ, he's still my favorite here. He's still my favorite. Let's see what he can do on towards this third and final map. First, we'll have, of course, that knife round to come in to decide who will start where. On this map, of course, you've played it as well. We should have a slight favor on which side you want to start.
Oh, if I have to choose between C side or CT side, I think that's a tough one, actually. Maybe I would just go for the safe call and go for that CT side anyway. Just because that's like the... that's just the safe choice. That's what you are used to. And Sodatex Party this time, at least showing that they are maybe going to go for that CT side. And that they are just going to use the advantage of that knife round, as now they get to decide where they actually start. And, well, that could be a chance for them to get it, off to a good beginning. And then from there on out, progress to perhaps just that third map that they are rooting for and that they need.
Well, of course, Sodatex Party has not won a single knife round so far up to this point. So this is already a very big mental game. Now, of course, also starting on that CT side, as you said, they will have a mental advantage. And those USPs to boot. But on this side especially, I dare to say the Glocks once more are in favor, close range galore. So just rushing to the side here for Only Aim No Brain seems to be the best option. Go for the plant, you at least have some money, and then we'll just be ready. And indeed, it's going to be that plant, and then they'll just wait. Wait for a close fight to come in. So Tex has the first kill. Well, he is a decent fragger nonetheless, and there will be a defuse coming in from Blame, but on the side, there's a player. It's going to be Banjo just stepping away with the Glock. And on this range, the USPs will have the advantage, with Sodatex also going for the close play. Now, of course, he's trying to at least hold on to his teammate, and he will. And that means we'll now see eventually... Oh, Blame, you went off the defuse? That's a little bit risky, isn't it?
Oh, but he's going to get it in the end. All that ends well. And Sodatex Party getting the first round in just like that, and showing that they are feeling somewhat comfortable on that CT side.
Well, it's something, at least, as they will once more, of course, not have the greatest buys. But it's going to be rather scary if they don't buy the fuse kit, because as you just saw, Blame doesn't really fully trust his teammate, as he sometimes just goes off a defuse when I dare to say you could probably just stick it. And, well, we'll see this time around if he's able to do a little bit better. It's Itsuo with a little buy, of course, with the bomb plant in. Actually already going for a flank, and with Banjo getting the first kill on towards Blame, it's going to be Sodatex peeking in towards the wrong angle. 1-1, and only aim no brain. Seems to be braining it out in this round.
Indeed they are, and they are immediately proving that this decider map is perhaps lining up to be a close one, as they are going neck to neck in a close fought battle. Where now, if things are going to be at least somewhat consistent, I'd expect Sodatex's party to get this round. Although the AKs of only aim no brain should be reigning supreme, and well, the AK and the Galil, I should say, as Itsuo proves that he doesn't even need an AK. The Galil works just fine for him.
Well, sometimes you just need to do your own thing, and those AKs, beautiful as they are. Sodatex now with a deagle against 2, again a awkward angle to play against, and the Germans seem to be losing out. Of course, now they just had an eco, let's not forget that, and they'll be buying up some M4s, but RJ, I also have to come back on my predictions like the earlier. There's one thing which is very, very scary, such as things popping up on your screen, but also a silenced M4 rather than the unsilenced. Come on, RJ. If there's anything wrong in life, it's that.
No, you're absolutely right. There's no reason to use it nowadays. The M4 is simply better, even if that silenced M4 was buffed a little bit a while ago by now. Let's just be real, the M4, if you know how to control the recoil, you've got 5 extra bullets, and, well, it's supposed to just be better. I believe that the rate of fire is also slightly faster on the unsuppressed M4. So honestly, I don't know why people still use that suppressed M4 all that much. I don't see the interest in it, besides the fact that I guess the recoil is a little bit better to control. And sure, it is suppressed, but let's be real, by the time that you're going to start shooting, you're going to be shooting at someone. So your enemies are going to know where you are anyway, right?
Right. Well, we did miss a round due to some technical problems. We do excuse ourselves for that one. As we're going back in towards the match, we see only aim no brain with a third round in a row. And with Sodatex's party now trying to deagle up against it, it's going to be quite difficult to make things work, especially if you're now again up against an AWP who'll just be holding an angle. An AK who's ready to line him up if they do come, and that's the first kill towards Sodatex. No party for him, the bomb to be recovered, and Blame going for a chase. But a molly will be in the way, he'll be moving through quite quickly. But Itsuo is already expecting it because his brain is almost as big as his aim.
Yeah, but I don't quite see the logic there. I mean, he could have known that was a fight that he was never ever going to win, to be honest. Only Aim No Brain right now seem to be winning most of the fights, as they are 3 rounds ahead. 4-1 is the score, and they are definitely seeming to be better than Sodatex's party right now. So let's see if the party's namesake can actually make a difference and compensate a little bit for the loss in rounds that they've had so far. Itsuo falls back after teasing them a little bit there at the car further on the middle of the map. Sodatex, very strong turnaround. He goes to the battle, but sadly Itsuo does deny not granting Sodatex a chance. So only Aim No Brain grabs their 5th round, and they have definitely got the advantage right now, and they are only pushing it further.
Yeah, we do now see, of course, only Aim No Brain being quite happy economically as well, whereas on Sodatex's party, they're really struggling. Sodatex played it well the past round, but I dare to say, possibly going for a slower approach might have netted him a round, as of course only Aim No Brain still has to win over the side. Banjo Itsuo trying to stack up at the ladder position, moving in on towards the side, slowly but steadily RJ, And they'll be facing off against Blame, who is standing close by on the right. And when you cross the road, you always have to look both sides. Blame didn't do that. He'll go down. Itsuo did. And he gets another frag. 6-1 now for Only Aim No Brain. And it's spiraling out of control for the Germans.
Absolutely. It seems that Only Aim No Brain is doing a lot better by far. And, well, Solar Texas Party not playing as well as they did in that first map. And I wonder where it's gone wrong. What's happened exactly? It seems like Only Aim No Brain, although it took them 1 or 2 maps, I've completely read into them. Once again, Banjo's strong start takes out Blame. And, well, what's Sodatex going to do now? You can see him peeking for a corner there. But Banjo and Itsuo are going to get close soon enough anyway. Sodatex has far too many angles to check. And I believe that he will... Oh, never mind. Itsuo is just like, they talk about my one-taps. As he takes out Sodatex. And so the halftime score is 7-1. And you can see that Sodatex's party started off the pistol round. And after that, Only Aim No Brain got every round in a row.
Well, now we do see those USPs and Glocks going up against it, so the Texas Party now on equal grounds concerning the economy. And they'll probably just go for the same approach as their opponents. We do see, I believe, Banjo slightly AFK, as it's going to be just waiting actually in spawn as the bomb has already gone down. Players move away once more in towards the tunnel. We actually see the exact same pistol strat coming out from Texas Party. So Banjo and his boy should know what's up. As Itsuo now gets the first frag, sees Sodatex who overpeaks. It's going to be easier for them to deal with it. Itsuo now going for another tap on the bomb. You'll just have to probably stick it so that a Sodatex will go for that full commit on the peak. As he now moves away too far from the bomb, does not have the defuse kit, is going to be Sodatex winning regardless of this frag. And it's going to be 7-2. The Germans have their second round now, but they still have a long way to go. Yes, of course, we do expect Only Aim No Brain to force up in this round to put down some more pressure.
Indeed, they shouldn't be granting Sodatex's party any chance whatsoever to really get some momentum going. That's the thing that you want to avoid right now, so that Only Aim No Brain actually can prevent that from happening altogether. Banjo, in the meantime, takes out Blame and denies a bomb plant. Strong plays, which now force Sodatex to be all by himself. But as he sprays down Itsuo with his MAC-10, he can force it down to a 1v1, where everything is going to come down to Banjo, his 1D skills. Let's see if he's going to get one of those insane headshots on Sodatex, but not quite, I say, with some slight doubt. Sodatex and Banjo playing a little bit of a game here. Oh, if Banjo had been a little bit faster there, sadly, wasn't possible. Would have expected him to stick it now, and the sprayed out isn't quite there either. Sodatex takes him out, and the Sodatex's party gets the third round. Maybe now we'll be seeing a complete reverse sweep. It's possible, in theory, but I have to say that these teams are giving each other a definite run for their money.
Well, definitely, this could have brought Only Aim No Brain towards that match point. Now they'll go for Deagle Armor, waiting for another round to come in. Itsuo is moving in towards the side relatively close, as Sodatex once more wants to just go for that bomb plant. Some util flies out, also on towards the side, which might actually hinder both parties, rather than actually help them. And as Blame is clearing out angles, they'll go for the plant, but Itsuo once more with a good kill. Banjo comes in, and that will be 8-3. Way too aggressive from the side of Sodatex's party, without actually clearing the proper angles close by. And now we do see that match point from the Croatian side. Only one more round, and they'll be through in towards the next round of the bracket.
Indeed, a lot is up for grabs here, and we'll have to see how that all pans out. One round that decides everything, and as they go for the fight, it's Blame who gets the first frag. So that's still a chance for Sodatex's party, but perhaps Banjo can turn this around. He has to keep the bomb site locked down. He has got that AK, and even one frag here could make all the difference. But now he decides to fall back and rotate at what could either be exactly the wrong time or exactly the right time. And indeed, it seems to be the right time. The spray down is there. Flame is tagged up. Banjo keeps going. He's still full HP, but now the bomb plant is going to be stuck. And at least so does Texas Party if that put down.
Oh!
But once again, Banjo with the tag. And indeed, he gets the frag, as he now has ample time to go for the defuse, even with a kit no less. And Only Aim, No Brain are the final winners here. They are the first to take a match in this tournament so far, with a well-played best of 3 all the way to the end, to the decider.
Yeah, they did really well on that regard. You were right. I was wrong. I have to admit it, RJ. Let's be honest here. You said, oh yeah, Only Aim, No Brain, just have the momentum going for them. And they did. Yeah. They were able to actually quite convincingly take the win on towards Short Dust, their T side. Magnificent. And that, of course, propelled them into such a decisive lead that helped them quite a lot. We'll go into a short 5-minute break, and when we're back, of course, we'll go to the second match of our CSGO Wingman final. See you in just a bit. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. Of course, today we're taking a look at the CSGO Wingman Finals, where we just had our first match. It was quite close already between the only aim, no brain. It keeps being hard on my brain, and they go fourth in the bracket. The second match will be Speed of Darkness taking on X-Tape, RJ. And I'm quite curious to see which team there will, of course, continue in towards the match against Only Aim No Brain, where, of course, you know, there might be some challenges coming up.
Absolutely, you know, it's one big questionnaire, you could say, of which team might end up on top and how these matches are all going to look as well. We saw a really interesting first matchup and a really close one as well, so I am very excited to see what is going to happen and how the next match is going to look.
Well, to see what maps we'll be playing on, we have our trusty Hanny the Han on towards the map machine, who will be punching on towards that rod, and that will mean that we'll see what maps come through in just a moment of time. Is what a chicken makes, kind of sound. Inferno, Nuke, and possibly Pit Stop. So that means we'll be on quite a race, RJ.
Oh, indeed. It's going to be speedy, but let's see how fast we actually get to that pit stop, if we will even get there. I'm quite interested, and I'm happy to be seeing Inferno coming up. I mean, I did mention it earlier, it is one of the maps that I do enjoy playing and that I do enjoy seeing when it comes to Wingman, so I'm very curious how that first map is going to decide the pace and how the team's going to play out on that. A Nuke as a follow-up? I mean, I can't complain about that either, to be honest.
Well, Nuke, of course, might be quite interesting, because once more we would see some close quarters to come in. Inferno, as you said before, one of your more favorite maps in the Wingman format. Well, Pit Stop, I'm not too sure what we'll see there. Most likely just some crazy plays and people that might not know the map entirely all too well. But it's always just a little bit of a scary moment for both. It could just be a 2-0 as well, but let's not forget, these teams to be here have already gone through quite a battle. It's going to be quite difficult for both to see if there will be a clear-cut victor. There will be a clear-cut victor, however, between us, RJ. Well, between us and the viewers. Because if you want to join in on towards the viewer game, you can put down !caster bash in towards that Trovo live chat. And maybe you'll be drawn together with another player to go up against us. And if you do win, you'll be able to split 100 euros together and be quite happy. We'll have a viewer game both today and tomorrow. So I've been warming up because I don't want to look too silly, RJ.
No, obviously you don't want to feel like a noob, right? You want to actually be able to prove yourself and show that as a caster you still know how to play the game, a little bit at least. I'm very curious to see what kind of crazy antics we'll get up to together and how good the team that we end up facing off against might actually be.
Well, I'm of course curious to see how they will play Inferno. Will it be aggressive? Will they use utility at all, or will it just be a pure aim fest? Because that wouldn't be too weird either. Nuke, I dare to say they'll probably go for some aggression again, because that's just the way we like to see things, isn't it, RJ?
Absolutely, we do like to see that aggressiveness, and so far from what we've seen in that first match, aggressiveness is definitely the name of the game. It seems these teams know when to go aggressive, and they like to actually try and do that every now and then. And I do think that that's kind of the playstyle that we can be expecting. We'll have to see now, as the knife has already been decided and was won by what I assume to be Speed of Darkness, at least won by Gosho and Light Dice, who might just be the lads that we are going to follow. They are playing against a team of Polish, I believe, descent there, if I see it right. And now, my flag knowledge isn't too good. I know this isn't Italy, obviously.
It's Hungary.
Hungary, yes, thank you, of course. I would see, okay. But
it's actually
Bulgaria. You prankster, huh? You got me, see?
I was trying to brain you. No, it's
you
Bulgaria.
What, huh? Yeah.
Oh,
sure thing.
I know why. Hungary and Bulgaria, they just have the same colors, but in a different order. So that is my excuse. So yeah, I'm stupid. You can tell me, RJ. as we do see a player going through the Epps position, one from short with util flashes and a Molotov to come in. And Gosho, he's standing by, he's flexing his muscles. Well, not really his, most likely. And he's just waiting for players to push. One coming from short, one coming still from that Epps area, has now jumped into the small pit. It's going to be Lugiano with a double kill. And that's actually a little bit of a B-hop to come in as well. That's quite a, well, decisive way to make it happen. I'm not sure he was expecting those headshots to come in as easily as they were.
Well, I think he's very happy with them at least, so that's something too, right? Let's just see, though, if he will be getting any more of those crazy headshots, or if that was just a one-off of sorts. In the meantime, it might not be a crazy headshot, but it is a very strong spray down. And luckily, his teammate is ready to re-peek and refrag when necessary. Mixon gets the second frag, and with that, X-Tape gets the second round in. If they can keep up their playstyle like this, then there's a solid chance that they might just reign supreme, and quite swiftly too at that.
Well, there's, of course, now 2 AKs against a Deagle and an M4, so that's going to be quite hard. Now we do see a good spray and a good flashbang for Gosho to get the first kill on towards the side of Speed of Darkness. RJ, I do worry, however, with now Luciano getting one and being traded out. How do you measure the speed of darkness? Because I know they can't really measure the speed of light, but they were able to calculate it. How do you measure this?
I guess... Well, no, actually. Well, it depends. Can't you just reverse it around? So if you know, let's just... Isn't the speed of darkness the same as the speed of light? Because
the speed of light, something, because light is something.
Yeah, exactly. And so darkness is the lack of light.
Something.
Exactly. So see, I think because light leaves at the same pace as darkness arrives.
Oh,
big brain, dude.
Can you then also say that the lack of something can be measured? Okay, well, maybe the lack of people can be measured. In the meantime, it's Luciano with another opening kill. As Light Dice is getting in 1 kill, and almost a second he will towards Luciano Mariano. It sounds almost more Italian than Polish if I pronounce it that way. As we do now see a 2v2 in rounds. Light Dice was able to close things out. They still have a decent buy, contrary to what X-Tape has. Just a little bit sloppy, but a good nade made short work of Mixon. And then he was able to mix it up on towards Luciano as well. Both players struggling slightly on the spray department, but if you get the round, it's no problem whatsoever. We now see X-Tape actually going for a slow approach with one player close by on that effective T-spawn, flashing in on towards his teammate. As Gosho, he's standing in pit, he'll get a jumpy from Luciano. Now has the M4 as well and tries to do something, but the aim punch just a little bit too heavy. As now Mixon from that abs as well will have to close it out in a 1v1 where one shot could actually do it.
Absolutely, it could decide everything. We'll see it in a moment, though. Mixon, he's rocking that P250. Now actually upgrades to the M4 and goes to this battle. Light Dice not immediately getting it. It's down to a 32 HP versus 37, but in the end, Light Dice reigns supreme, and Speed of Darkness gets their third round in.
It is unbelievable. But, well, they're succeeding. Light Dice is just a hard carry, I dare to say. Has the reverse KD of his teammate and just seems to be working wonders whenever he's alone. Now 2 players rushing through the Molotov. Light Dice once more with a double kill. This time he has a little bit of a better reverse score than his teammate has in deaths. And he'll just be throwing out some more weapons just to drop it out. And on the X-Tape side, not getting a bomb plant, they'll have some financial problems. Of course, now a Tech 9 rush is all you need. But as the last rush, well, it didn't work out due to that strong Molotov, which is being placed right again. Now we do see Light Dice going for a more aggressive play. They already get 1, and Gosho gets the second, meaning it's 5-2. Speed of Darkness is now speeding up. But are they speeding up, or is the light slowing down?
Oh, wow. You really are going for those philosophical questions. Good lord. But indeed, It seems like Speed of Darkness is speeding up with the pace at which they are completely destroying X-Tape right now. They're just going for the really aggressive plays, and the thing is that it works time and time again. At least so you'd think. Luciano now did get that one frag, and perhaps this is actually a chance for X-Tape to come back to show that they have what it takes to give Speed of Darkness a bit of a run for their money at least. Now, though, that nade hits right, but Luciano hits a little bit better as he takes out Light Dice, and X-Tape at the very least managed to bring it to 3-5 for halftime, giving them not the best position to start off with, but definitely some wiggle room, something to work with.
Yeah, wiggle, 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 a very famous phrase in a famous song, as we do see, of course, Speed of Darkness and now trying to fend off on that T side. Glocks in hand, Light Dice is rushing in once more, of course, alone, as we're used to from him right now, and Luciano is going for the aggressive peek, gets the double for his team and his teammate, and that means it's now a 5-on-4. Can we still say team, or he's getting it for his teammate? Because now I've just messed up my own brain, RJ.
Oh dear, oh dear. I think it's best to just refer to teammate and duos, you know. I guess that's the best way to put it. Yeah, I think that's the most correct way. Yeah, yeah. You know, we're sensible people, so let's just keep it sensible, right?
You can say you're a sensible person. That's probably the limit we'll go to.
Okay. Wow. That is just harsh, just like Luciano and Mixon's plays were. 5-5 now, and in no time they've made it to the equalizer, and this is also just exactly what you can expect from a wingman match. You know, you can just see those rounds fly by, blink twice, and they're gone in no time, it seems.
Blink twice if you're getting carried. That's something I might have to do soon, because you're going to carry me, RJ, I believe. As we do see Light Dice moving up towards short. A double short peek here from the side of X-Tape. MP9 close range, gets some decent damage in, but not a frag, and then he will go for more aggression. That's one kill, a nade on his face, and then it will be Luciano, of course, ready to get that refrag in. 6-5, now a lead for the CT side. And they'll be able to buy quite happily. Whereas on the side of Speed of Darkness, well, money is out, just like the light is.
Indeed. And when the light goes out, well, you know, you'll see the darkness coming at light speed. Ba-doom. Honestly, though, let's just see if Speed of Darkness can find their power once again. They were playing really high pace just now, and they seem to be struggling with that a little bit more on the T side. And if they can play like that once again, then there is a solid chance for them, and a good chance that they could maybe still win this map. Right now, it's up to anyone. It's anyone's game, but I would say that Luciano and Mixon, their positions are strong, depending on how Speed of Darkness plays this out. They don't have any utility to kind of defend their entry into the bomb site, so they should be relatively easy targets. And now we see this going down. The spray down is there, and indeed, look at that. The double play, the teamwork is golden as X-Tape gets their 7th round.
I'm so confused. Speed of Darkness is like, oh yeah, we can move up short. And then they're saying, you know what? We have pistols against proper rifles. Let's go for the longest angle of approach possible so they'll have a better shot at us. Oh wait, that didn't work out properly. Now we do see, of course, AKs once more in the hands of the Speed of Darkness players, now 2 rounds behind, waiting for the Molotovs to fly out, and then they'll go for their own approach via short. We do see Luciano being tagged up slightly, hoping that he'll actually get a spray down, gets a first, but Gosho still untagged. Also Mixon in the flank of Luciano, trying to cover his teammates back. And Luciano is now being flashed in, you dare to say, but the flashbang doesn't really work out too well, but the refrag will. 8-5, X-Tape now on towards a map point. Hoping to finish things off and then go on towards Nuke.
Indeed, and that is where they could just make it a 2-0, but of course, perhaps Speed of Darkness will be able to pull the same thing that No Aim, or Only Aim No Brain, pulled earlier now. But we'll see how this all pans out as this smoke flies into pit. but the molly is actually giving Speed of Darkness a hard time getting through. You can see X-Tape really playing on that duo strength. Once again, they are both kind of, well, struck together to hold an angle even. Although now Mixon, he's gone, but look at that, Lishano can heavily tag up Light Dice. He's recovered the AK, but now Mixon has come into play. And, of course, that plan still has to happen. Mixon has that advantage, and it looks like Light Dice has no idea whatsoever where he could be coming from. Perhaps he is ignoring this long angle because he already saw, well, his teammate Lishano coming from there. Now, though, eventually that plant is going to have to happen at one point, and indeed, he leaves his back exposed, and that gives Mixon that last frag. X-Tape gets a 9-5 win, and they grab the first map in this best of 3.
But we have to say, despite it being a 9-5, the match was relatively close. Speed of Darkness had a decent run for their money at a certain time, then lost that momentum over towards X-Tape once they went to that CT side. So, curious to see what Nuke will bring. Of course, I have to admit, I don't think I've actually played Wingman on Nuke yet.
Really?
Because, well, no, it's usually Train, Short Dust. I've played Cobblestone a number of times. And I think those are most of the maps I've actually played it on. So I wouldn't really know how the Nuke layout will be. Sometimes, RJ, you just have to be honest here.
I mean, to be fair, it's also called Short Nuke, you know, really, in the like in the map code. So it's one thing I can tell you, it's at least shorter. It's only got basically the bomb site B focused into it, and a sort of new pathway to vents from what I can read here. You know, obviously, I got you covered. But I'm very interested to see how it'll all play out. I guess we'll be seeing that action revolve around the B bomb site, which means that if they are going to get down to defending it for the CTs, there will be a lot of angles to check from. They will have to have a lot of places to look at. And I think for the Ts, their main focus should lie on getting the bomb down as quickly as possible, and then just kind of, well, where possible, playing around with the corners and the angles and everything that the B bomb site really offers them. I'm also not too sure how far they can, for example, fall back onto ramp, if that's actually an option, or if they are completely stuck around the pathway on the, well, most of the round side around the B-bomb site, really. I'm very interested. I think that Short Nuke could just be an interesting map, actually, depending on how it's all played out, and depending on, well, the play style that we can expect from these teams.
I'm curious to see if we'll see some shotguns up close and personal, because that's something I know and love. And as you said correctly, it will be the B side, some knifing to go on, of course, first to decide who will start on what side. And once more, Speed of Darkness is able to take that one home. So Gosho stays flexing. Do you think you'll be as buffed up when we're playing?
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, you know me, right? I am a total fit boy, although recently all the weight I've gained has not been muscle. It has actually been fat. My clothes are getting tighter for the wrong reasons. It's terrible. Please send help. But no, I think I'll be okay. You know, good posture is, you know, it is important, though. Everyone, you know, do a posture check. Make sure that you're not completely ruining your back. And now in the meantime, by the way, let's see. Indeed, vents seem to have been blocked off. We've got double doors here where Lishano can push through. And Gosho, he has to go for that long hold. Light Eyes gets the first frag, but Gosho does not get the second. Now all that pressure is on Light Eyes, but Lishano is relentless. He gets a double kill, and X-Tape grab the first round in this map.
That's going to be X-Tape once more leading all the charts, and of course keeping that momentum high, as they managed to do before. On Inferno they had a crazy old streak, as the Ace now fly in for the double doors once more. Mixon is going for sanitation, and he's now seeing that there might be a player there in dark. Gosho, he's now being smoked also, he can't really see too much, so he'll just go for the aggression. And then the Mac 10 will be there, and a bomb plant as well to follow. Light Dice on towards the windows, moving closer and closer, sees the bomb, does not see a target, and that means he'll just go for a small stick, hoping that he can hold it on for 10 seconds. There comes the wide swingy from Mixon, which of course is quite a decent help.
Indeed, that does a lot at the end, and I think Mixon and Luciano are promising to be a very strong duo together. The way that you can see them play, well, for each other and compensating with each other where necessary. And you see in the fact that they've already started off very well on this map, already getting those 2 rounds in. And we'll see if they can keep it all going. Right now, Gosho, though, he's going for that deagle action, and Light Dice peeks right in, granting Speed of Darkness their first round so far. Still, though, they have got quite a ways to go, and I'm very curious to see if this could be the start of a turnaround for them. They are rocking an M4 right now and that Galil, so let's see if those 2 weapons can make all the difference that they need to do.
Well, Speed of Darkness now needs to get some early momentum for themselves, as Mixon, he's doubting to rush through that smoke once more, because why not, right? You can just go wild if you believe. In the meantime, Luciano is also waiting for the smoke at the double doors, and it's just a waiting game right now. Light Dice is in a wall-bangable position, but in this moment of time, he's managed to evade all the bullets at this moment, as we now see him with that Galil waiting and waiting. Yesterday, I actually played with a guy who preferred the Galil over the AK. They told him we could never be friends.
No, absolutely. That sounds insane. What kind of madman actually likes the Galil over the AK?
It was a Frisian guy. So.
Oh, that explains. That explains. always those Frisians, you know. Say, where were you from again?
Leeuwarden.
Oh, really? Now isn't that coincidentally also Frisian? I'm starting to see a pattern here, Toldesma. Should I be worried?
Well, you should be. The same goes for the side of X-Tape as they lose a second round in a row. Gosho getting a lineup of set players from the T side and manages to spray them down with the M4. Now, economy firmly in the favor of Speed of Darkness, as they're looking in towards yet another decent round, because, well, they're playing against Deagles with not entirely armor, only anchor with a, well, meat fest, so to say. And then the side of Speed of Darkness is already speeding in towards another round. Gosho with a happy hop, and it goes into a 3-2 lead. The moment one team manages to turn around and get a round win in their favor, you already see that momentum going.
Indeed, and I think that's kind of part of Wingman as well, that there are very, very rapid changes in that momentum. It just takes a little bit, that one round, and it can already have decided the course of the next 2 or 3. And now we see an attempt from Speed of Darkness to go for a very rapid play that this time doesn't work out quite that well. They decided to push through the window and try and hold it from there, but X-Tape denied that quite quickly, and so pushes themselves on the equal grounds. 3-3, and it could be anyone's game to decide how the rest of this match is going to go.
AWP is a little bit awkward though, especially in Shadow, as Mixon and his boy Anchor are moving from this window position. With Light Dice already going down as well. That's Light Out for the Speed of Darkness player. He's going to be an AWP in a 1v2, which is always awkward, especially from this position. I dare to say he might want to reposition on towards the rampart, going more upwards and being able to hold down some crosses, as he's now just trying to hopefully get a kill if a player moves in and then get another 1v1 for his troubles. But X-Tape just waiting, throwing in some utility now, showing they're still from this Windows position. And a flashbang also on towards Shadow makes it quite illuminated. Gosho with a lag shot. That's not enough. That means now another round goes in favor of X-Tape. Once more regaining a lead and taking it 4-3 situation.
Indeed, and looking at the weaponry of Speed of Darkness, it seems like X-Tape should be able to hold on to that lead for now. But as we are, of course, in the last round of this first half, that is all going to be turned around anyway after this round. We'll see now if X-Tape does manage to make it that 5v3, but as Light Dice actually makes that deagle work, he gets that frag in, there is still a chance to turn it to that 4v4. Depending on what Light Dice does. And indeed, Gosho actually with the stolen or bought MP9, not all too sure there, gets the frag. And it's 4v4 in the halftime switch. So We are starting off on equal footing. This could really go anywhere, to be honest, this map. I'm very curious to see if X-Tape, for example, finds that CT side to play a little bit differently, and if that's going to affect them positively or negatively.
Well, we do, of course, see the Glocks are usually in favor on this range. However, if the CTs will play further back, as Anchor is doing right now, they might have a fair shot, especially if the players are moving from the window angle. They'll have to break the glass in case of an emergency, and I dare to say this is an emergency. And the moment they will do so, they will get a chance of being shot by, for instance, Anchor. It's going to be still a waiting game, though. This is probably the slowest round we've seen so far, as Light Dice is going to mask the windows being shut with the doors being opened, maybe. Because it seems like they're waiting for that sink to come up.
Indeed, and we'll see now the pistol round kicking off. And Anchor, just a little bit thrown off the Anchor. Indeed, he gets those 2 frags, and so the players go down. X-Tape get that round in. An off to a good start, at least, for the pistol round, which makes a big difference, of course.
Yeah, well, now we do see those deagles for Speed of Darkness, which could work. We've seen it before that it did work for him, especially when Light Dice opened things up. But it's still going to be quite a awkward battle because Mixon on close range with the MP9 might be better. Anchor with the M4, despite it being silenced on the longer range, might be better. And especially with those wallbangs coming through, the bomb being dropped over, there's quite a lot of noise being made by the side of Speed of Darkness, which means that Darkness isn't always as quiet as people might think.
Oh, sounds quite right. Light Dice, though, the Deagle God, as he completely destroys and with a clean double kill, wins the round for the lads from Speed of Darkness. 5-5, and well, clearly this is just being thrown back and forth the whole time.
I was just a little bit scared it might have been 2 clean 1Ds, but the first one was clean to begin with. Mixon now going for an aggressive play towards the windows, but Speed of Darkness has already moved out on towards the side. Anchor on low HP, but as Mixon goes down, it's all on towards Anchor, will be just re-smoked off. That means that Light Dice still low, still not really being taken care of. And now a player will have to move in towards the dangerous territory of a planted B bomb site. Now a great shot on towards Light Dice with a turnaround, not in time there for Anchor. As Gosho takes him down 6-5, and Speed of Darkness seems to be now in favor. Will this be again a 3-mapper with pit stop to decide?
It could become that, you know, at this point, or maybe we'll just see overtime again. Both seem very possible right now, although that I'm leaning a little bit more towards Speed of Darkness with their equipment. We've still seen those Deagles reign supreme. Now, though, as Light Dice and Gosho push in, they are relentless and they do not grant any chances whatsoever to either of the lads. This will be their moment to shine as they both rock those silenced M4s. We'll see if that works out for them. Because right now, X-Tape is either going to have to turn things around right now, or we could be seeing Speed of Darkness pushing it to pit stop.
Well, RJ, we do see Light Dice standing in the fire as well as Gosho, and that means the first frag is in favor of X-Tape. We're going to try to tape that other player towards the ground as well, and as Anchor will get a second, it will be 7-6. A decent stride on towards an equalizer for X-Tape right now, but on the other side, we'll see a decent buy from Speed of Darkness 2. AWP on the T side. Not sure what to think of this one, because if X-Tape manages to go quite aggressively and actually take some close range control, Light Dice might be in a world of trouble, but he'll actually go for a peek through the double doors, which then will be subsequently smoked off, which doesn't really work out too great. And now there will just be some wall bangs, but Mixon could actually wall bang this back a little bit better than an AWP could. But they're just not risking it for the biscuit, because of course the moment you do start to shoot, you might be pushed in.
Absolutely. It's not something that he decides to go for. Whereas Light Dice is really just playing for the wall bangs, it seems. But that isn't quite working all that well. Gosho now playing on waiting around double doors, but they are playing very carefully, and all it will take is either Anchor or Mixon to get one of those two frags. And I believe that could already decide everything, to be quite honest. But we'll see if that does happen. Some utility flying through now. Something that you see happen quite often. A smoke being utilized to actually get a plant down. And now, oh, this is tough. Player calls out. Anchor in that 1v2 or 1v1. And Kosho, he is just relentless. That was a dirty headshot, but that dirty headshot does give Speed of Darkness their 8th round. That might just mean that we are going to another 3rd map.
Yeah, there would be pit stop. That might be interesting, because I'm not too sure how well accustomed these players would be towards that map. Kosho now once more leading charge as he did get that beautiful clutch in, and the AWP still stands. Light dives with the opening kill on towards Anchor as he plays the exact same angle as before. And this time there wasn't a smoke in the way. Light Dice now trying to get close and personal, as well as I believe the player from the X-Tape side has gone in towards the smoke, trying to play the smart game and possibly bait out the Speed of Darkness players into a false sense of security. But they're smoking it up themselves. An angle being held by Gosho makes it in towards a 9-6, and Speed of Darkness actually managed to win the 2nd map, going in towards the 3rd. As we said before, that would be pit stop. And then I think it's all to play for, but as we might actually now conclude, the team to win the 2nd map might still have that momentum advantage, so they might have the advantage as well here.
That's kind of the question right now, isn't it? Because Speed of Darkness has shown themselves from a very good side, from a very good angle, and, well, you say, well, it's that momentum question, and will that momentum be set through? And if it is, then, well, maybe that just decides everything. If that means that Speed of Darkness gets that 3rd map in, then, well, so be it. I'd say well played to them. A shame, of course, for the Polish lads that they won't get that chance. But right now, I think it could still go either way. I'm too uncertain, and I'm not willing to bet everything on one team to really predict, oh, they'll win this easy peasy. I might say, okay, you know what, Speed of Darkness, they're going to prove the same thing that we saw in the previous match, that they will now get that 3rd map, but it's not something that you can really rely on. It's not something I think that you can really just depend on fully and already start calling some sort of rule. I think that it will just come down to who really just feels good on pit stop and who thinks that pit stop is, well, just their map.
Well, RJ, I have to admit I've played a lot of F1 2020 on my PC recently, so this should be my map. I know every pit stop by heart because I always ruin my front wing, so I have to get it changed. So I see my pit crew a little bit more often than most people would. I dare to say, however, that these pit stops the player might put in will take more than the usual few seconds the players, or at least the racers in real life, will have. But that's, of course, always the question. We'll go in towards that 3rd map in just a little moment. RJ, are you going to bank on Speed of Darkness now bringing it home?
I mean, if I had to make a choice, sure, I will say Speed of Darkness, but I really think that it could go either way. I mean, right now, you can talk about that momentum, but I think that with the nature of Wingman, it's really a toss-up. It could really be either team's game right now.
All right, well, we'll have to see soon. Of course, it's going to be quite interesting to see these players play on not really the most meta map out there, but those cars, they do look beautiful, and the players can't find each other on the 9th round. It's always starting to be great. Just going in towards the VIP lounge, you know that's where I belong. And Light Dice is going for that flank, and they're just dancing around, probably now talking in chat like, hey guys, we're here. Where? Yeah, at the pit box. Oh, which one? Yeah, that one, you know. And it's going to be a little bit of a knife fight as Speed of Darkness seems to be in favor. It's going to be Light Dice with the double kill, and Gosho once more saying, yeah, we won all knife routes in this matchup. So what you gonna do about it, mate?
What you gonna do, mate?
But, yeah, what you gonna do about it?
I think honestly that, you know, the knife rounds don't mean everything, but at least they give Speed of Darkness the luxury of choice, you know? And I have to say, Pit Stop, by the way, is actually one of the larger maps we've seen so far when it comes to Wingman. So I'm very interested to see how that will play into everything, unless that, of course, pit stop is also just going to be limited off through these narrow choke points. For example, if they can't go through that left side, and it does seem to be, well, it doesn't really immediately seem to be walled off. Oh, look at this. Speed of Darkness deciding, yeah, we're going to just, wait in a corner. And they can come to the bomb site. It's fine. They can take their sweet time to get here. But the moment that they decide to plant, we're going to surprise them. And I've got a hunch that this might just be a map that is going to be played out very, very slowly and very patiently.
What do you say? Well, RJ, they are moving in, and they're actually moving in towards the side of one of those USPs. Light Dice with the first frag will want to go for a second set. Boost me, boost me! Not boosting him. And now they're going for a two-man peek, which can never go wrong, especially in the pistol round. With Gosho taking down Anchor as well. It's 1-0 for Speed of Darkness, and as we said before, momentum is everything. And they have now once more gained that momentum on towards this third map. First winning the knife, now winning that pistol as well. They'll be quite happily going forward with both M4s and possibly a more aggressive round this time around.
Indeed, and perhaps just that aggressiveness is what they need to keep that momentum going right now. Oh, this is dangerous. You can see them kind of swinging around and going for a sort of pincer movement. And Light Dice just has to push ahead, and he should be able to see one of those players soon enough. And indeed, spots one. And Gosho comes in for the second. This was really clean played. And this is exactly how it should be happening. Speed of Darkness, just a deserved second round there.
Gosh, they do make it work. And it's going to be 8. Sorry, that took a little bit too long. You're going to get some negative points on that one. It's going to be 2-0 here for Speed of Darkness. Now, of course, up against those AKs from X-Tape. And, well, let's see if they can actually do a little bit better this time. Well, you saw the player in the corner there, like, oh, is this actually a pixel angle I could abuse? But there's actually no field of view there. So you'll have to clip in towards the wall if you want to make that work. Now Light Dice going down on towards Mixon. Gosho is strong, but he hasn't really seemed to be that clutch potential player, as he's now peeking from his relatively stuck position, throwing in some util as well to give himself some space. He's dealt some damage, both players going down possibly to a single headshot each. And now Gosho is saying, oh yeah, I played the long game, now I'm gonna play the close game, minus 11 bullets. But Mixon will have to quite deeply commit on towards this peak, which he will, but he's not gonna make it. Now Gosho also knows where the second player is, will win that 1v2, picked up the AK for his trouble, and that means it's now 3-0 for Speed of Darkness.
And indeed, Speed of Darkness just not relenting whatsoever and showing really strong map control, I have to say. Right now, they seem to be just completely dominating X-Tape, and they are not giving them even the slightest bit of control of movement. And you can see it in the way that Speed of Darkness moves. Every time they are surprising X-Tape by the looks of it. Now they've got that high ground, and I think that this is not something that X-Tape is going to see coming, to be quite honest.
Well, they're just the VIPs, just having a party, having a ball, and then trying to rule them all. It's going to be Gosho holding down the flank. He's saying, well, I'll just have to check and maybe get a player out here somewhere. And there will be a player just standing by. Mixon gets a headshot on towards him. And Anchor is now trying to move underneath Light Dice, maybe making some steps as well. And that will mean that will be a swift 4-0 for Speed of Darkness, as they are now slowly but steadily moving back in towards that high momentum play. And at this moment, oh boy, it's going to be quite difficult for X-Tape to come in. They will have those AKs, but they're just being outmaneuvered in every round so far.
And indeed, and that is the kind of plays that you have to put down to really just completely nail down your enemy. And we'll see now Gosho gets that frag for the start, and now Anchor, well, he's going to have to go for a wild little rotate to at least try something. Try and get a chance to get that bomb down. Because right now, well, the Speed of Darkness just isn't granting him anything. And we see it once again, the 5th round for them, and X-Tape is just not finding anything whatsoever, it seems, on pit stop.
I think this is where the tilt sets in, or maybe a few rounds back, because they're just being cleaned house. 0 deaths for Gosho, 1 death for Light Dice. That should be a tilter, right? Because you're actually just being mind-boomed every round, just being slowed down. And Speed of Darkness isn't just doing the same thing over and over again. No, they're just playing different setups every time. Now they're just holding the entry towards where the players from the T side could plant. Something X-Tape should not be expecting because they have not seen this position be played before. Gosho just holding the long angle, saying, oh, I might want to extend a little bit now, as we're losing a lot of ground. Next tape is dropping, which Gosho has, I believe, just heard. Waiting for a flashbang from his teammate. And that light might be the dice to roll, as light dice will actually go down. Second death for his team so far, and Gosho, he is in danger, throwing nades out there while being peeked. And he now has 10 HP to get a 1v2.
Yeah, this is a tough one, and we do see Gosho going down the first round for X-Tape, and perhaps the start of a turnaround for them. Let's hope that X-Tape will actually find the power within themselves to come back, because Speed of Darkness has gotten quite a ways ahead of them. So there is still quite a path to be followed and quite a path to be walked down, or a road to be walked down, I guess I could say. Or perhaps a Formula 1 lane to be driven down. It all just depends on how you look at it, really.
I'm actually amazed that this map hasn't been copyright striked with Formula Pro, sort of Monaco remake, Roblox as a sign on the billboards as well. Oh well, you know how it is. In the meantime, it's Mixon going for the big flank now. It seems like X-Tape has found their groove, as they're slowly but steadily trying to maneuver around this map as well. Mixon is just holding that angle, waiting for a player to possibly peek him. But that's not really the case. He's just waiting and waiting and then having to force the issue himself. It's going to be Gosho possibly overextending. And Mixon, he's on the prowl and looking for this kill. And he will actually not get it. Gosho is on fire on this map. I should have seen it coming because he's the best player on the team. Not really, I dare to say, because Light Dice has been slightly stronger. But together, they make it strong. It's not like one player is constantly carrying. It's really a team effort, despite there being just a team of 2.
Indeed, but it seems to be what it is. And I have to say, so far, speaking of the map, and because you also mentioned the copyright strike thing, it's only been in the Wingman rotation for about a month. It was added back on the 3rd of May. And I gotta say, one thing that I'm definitely noticing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm feeling that this map is considerably CT-sided, or is that just me?
Well, it's mainly due to the CTs getting a lot of early maneuverability, whereas the Ts are already moving in towards choke points. The CTs can actually get a flank in via this upper position so easily, or just the lower position apparently, that it's going to be really hard for the Ts to actually counter that. If they want to move through this upper area, okay, then they'll again have to go in towards quite an aggressive choke point. If they want to just go on towards the side, they'll have to drop down, which makes noise apparently as well. So therefore, the CTs will always have a positional advantage, and with the amount of angles to be checked, boy, it's going to be hard as a T to move in.
Oh boy. Yeah,
oh
indeed.
Boy.
It seems to be a very tough one, and I'm very curious to see how, X-Tape might find a solution to this, and how their own CT side might just be looking after this halftime switch. Right now, Speed of Darkness have managed to put it to the T side with a 7-1 score, which means that X-Tape right now is going to have to win 7 rounds on the CT side themselves. And maybe then there will be a slight chance for them to come back on this, but otherwise, I'm afraid that Speed of Darkness is simply going to have been too good, and that they won't really quite know how to deal with them.
RJ, I'm gonna share with you yet another beautiful Dutch saying. Full throttle on the left lane. As that's something said, that when you want to go fast, you gotta go fast. But you, of course, need to adhere to the laws and rules on the road as well. As you
Always.
do see, Speed of Darkness at a 7-1 lead, going for, of course, that match point. This is the decider map. It's going to be quite hefty for X-Tape to actually get some momentum going on the CT side. As there's one player on that little bit of a copy. I think Gosho has spotted him, but I'm not too sure. And then they're just going to boost, so they have a little bit of a better angle. Well, that's a shoulder. And it's just hoping for the... Why? I'm not sure if you can wallbang here, with a Glock especially. Just going to go for the aggressive play, go full commit, go full pre-fire. Gosho gets the first one. And now they're just trying to clear things out, saying, oh, we stick there with 2 players. We might expect them to do the same. Bomb will be planted now by Gosho as well, as the Light Dice is trying to cover him off. And they will just go for the 2-man peek, not clean. But it does work out in the end. And Speed of Darkness will be on that set match point, as they are leading 8-1.
Not all too clean, but it does the job. And Speed of Darkness are showing that they seem to have some better map knowledge, better map control compared to X-Tape. I feel like X-Tape is really just showing cluelessness as well. I'm still holding on to the fact that I think that this map is considerably CT-sided, but I also just think that X-Tape are feeling a little bit too clueless here. They don't quite know how to handle things. Gosho, in the meantime, gets the frag, but what he doesn't get is the bomb, and he's moving to recover it now, but he is going to feel the pressure as there is an enemy right above him, and this could go either way. It all depends on how this is played out, as Gosho falls back a little bit, and he's still got 55 seconds to play with. He's got some chances. He's got, you know, the luxury here. But the question is he going to anticipate Anchor, for example? He's up in this VIP lounge now. Gosho is just moving at his snail's pace, I should say, taking his sweet, sweet time. But that might just become a problem sooner or later. As now he pushes ahead, Anchor should be throwing his eyes back to the site. Should be starting to feel that suspicion. Although Gosho can use the cover now to get the bomb plan down, and oh dear. Is he going to look up at this? It doesn't quite look like it.
There's only 10 seconds left.
Yep, he's got to commit now.
Get the bomb plant down, and Gosho will not actually be dropped down by Anchor. Anchor is hoping his opponent will make a mistake, and he will, because Anchor will still have had to drop there. So the moment that player didn't peek him, he'd have to go for the aggression himself. If Gosho would have just been more passive, eventually he would have most likely won that round as well. Now, 8-2, still a long way up, but as you said yourself as well, RJ, this map seems relatively favored to the CT side. So
let's just
go for our big old switcheroo and say what one team can do, the other can do as well.
Anything you can do, I can do better. If you know that song.
We'll see about that later on, darling.
Oh, no, okay, fine. Maybe not play Wingman. You or play CS. You win in that front. But we'll see if X-Tape now does end up playing that CT side a bit better, because they pretty much just have to. That's the whole thing about it, you know. They don't really have much of a chance. Oh, Mixon could have a chance here. I believe that he spotted that player.
Yep, he spotted the feed picks.
But right now, Light Dice still gets that first frag, and as Anchor goes down, suddenly they can feel the luxury. Mixon, though, he could end up flanking them in a nasty way if they don't see him coming, but the question is, will they? They could pull the same strategy that they did at the beginning of this map, you know. They could actually get the bomb plan down and then huddle in the same corner as before. I think that might actually be a tactic that could work, to be quite honest.
Yeah, but Mixon has actually heard them drop and is now going for that quick play, and he will actually drop the bomb carrier. Great nade to come in, and boom! Light Dice goes low. An incendiary on towards the bomb, but not really, as Light Dice has recovered it, is going for the plant, and now has a 1v1 to fight out. He knows the player is on that upper ground. You should just wait for him to drop it. Light Dice says no. I have the lower ground, but I have the higher aim. meaning he gets around in the end. It will be a 9-2 for Speed of Darkness, and they do manage to progress towards the match against an no aim, only aim, no break. RJ, it's so hard
Yes,
for my simple no
it's
brain
okay.
to
It's okay.
handle.
I get it. But you got there in the end. And to be honest, the main point is that it is pretty much just that result. And we've seen that Speed of Darkness ended up being better.
Well, we'll go to a short 5-minute break as we're getting ready for our third match of tonight. Make sure to, of course, also join the raffle, we dare to say, for the Caster Bash Caster Bash in the chat, and you might be drawn to play against us after the fourth match. See you in just a bit. Welcome back to the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash for the CSGO Wingman Finals. I'm Tulsma, with me is RJ Cast, and we're going to look in towards our third match of tonight with a interesting team who might be not really favoring themselves, as they call themselves Bot Danny. So RJ, I dare to say that's not really the strongest name you could go for yourself. Trovo Talents, however, might have a lot of talent in their bag to make this work for themselves. RJ, I think you muted yourself, you silly man.
Oh, wow, indeed. Oh, good call there. Thank you very much. It seems that Esports All Talents might just be very talented as a team, but don't underestimate the power of some bots, right? As Denny there, bot Denny, that team could perhaps just provide some really entertaining things and provide some really high quality content. It all depends. And right now, I still have a very hard time predicting these matches beforehand. I think that we've both noticed that these teams really show themselves from a very interesting and, well, sometimes just surprising angle once they get down onto the playing field. And, just like how they surprise us, they, they know to bring a surprise, just like the map veto, or, well, the map, I guess, chicken brings us a surprise every time that we get to see which maps are actually going to be played.
Of course, she will bash that beautiful stick and show us which free maps will be played in the following matchup. As Danny will take on Esports Talents, who will actually see Calavera for the first time, as well as Short Dust and Terrain. My favorite, maybe your favorite as well, if we do go to a third map decider. So first we'll go for a little bit more of a Mexican team. RJ, what is your favorite part about Mexico?
The language. I mean, I do like Spanish, and I can speak a little bit of it myself, somewhat, not like an expert or a native, but enough to get myself around. So I appreciate the language, and I think it can be quite a beautiful country as well. Perhaps someday I'll visit it. Once I get over to the whole American continent on the left side of the world.
Well, maybe that's just gonna be maybe some time away as well, because you're still a student and not always the most financial great spot to also go for those wild travels. But you never know. Maybe you'll just win the lottery, RJ. Let's just keep believing in that. Of course, we're getting ready for our third match of tonight. But Danny against Esport Talents. Just looking at the names, RJ, which team would you be favoring?
I mean, it's easy to go for, the talents, right? Because they seem to have the better name and they seem to be favored in that regard. But I don't know, I think that there must be a reason why they call themselves Bot Denny. So let's just see what they bring to the table. I'll be rooting for them just to see and just to see if they can impress and if they can prove their name a bit differently.
Okay, I'm quite curious to see if they will make it work. Of course, Leon the Chameleon has given you some nice small, how do you call it, trivia.
Tips, some trivia, some tidbits of information.
Oh, well,
Indeed,
that's just
always interesting.
It's hard to imagine words if you're thinking, oh, that's a Dutch word, but it's actually also an English word. So that just breaks my brain, RJ. I'm a little bit of a silly man. Of course, people, we are now looking for the third match. Afterwards, we'll have the fourth, and then we might actually have that viewer game as well. So if you're wanting to go up against us and have a chance of winning 100 cold hard euros, you have to put in exclamation mark caster bash in the Trovo live chat, and you might be drawn to go up against this dynamic duo, where your win chances are relatively high, I have to say, because, well, we might look beautiful, but that's pretty much all we have.
I mean, yeah, and we're good at talking about the game, I dare say. I think we do an okay job, but as it always has been said, there's a reason why we talk about the game and why we don't play it. And let's just see if the Caster Bash is going to prove that. Like you said, exclamation mark Caster Bash to enter in chat and to see if you do end up being better than the casters. But for now, let's just see in this knife round which team ends up being better at stabbing each other. It looks like the CTs do have the high ground going for them, which puts the lads from Esport All Talents in a bit of a tight spot. As now, though, the CTs fall back a little bit, and they seem to be deciding until they go for the stabby stab. And it looks like, in the end, it is Esport All Talents who take this around.
It seems like one of the Polish players, of course, has a pretty decent name for this map, as his name is the Calavera. So that should be, of course, in his favor. Now they will be able to decide the starting side, which will be CT for themselves. But you never know. Maybe the T side is more favored, and the players would have, of course, not have expected that. Henma and Denny will actually go for a raid boss setup on towards Henma with a P250. Then he will have that Glock and then some utility most likely. As on Calavera it will just be a dual set of armor together with that USP setup as well. Going for the long range fight right here. It seems like Calavera is already taking some damage. One player from the bot Danny side is already on towards the bomb side. Some shots being exchanged as Danny is trying to fend off these players. But he's also, of course, trying to get the plant in as Henma is covering his angle.
Indeed, and now we'll see him getting closer. Ducky, in the meantime, gets the frag, and DE Calavera gets the second. And so the Esport All Talents are winning that first round. A strong start, which means that the team of Bot Denny might just be, well, proving their name right. I have to say, by the way, I'm a fan of the avatar that Henma is rocking here. I did really enjoy the
From Avatar?
Oh, Danny! Oh, Henma! Oh, good lord! You look at the avatar for a moment and they just go for the most insane one-digs. What a power, Joe, and what a response to Esport All Talents winning that first round. Good lord.
It's insane. Just getting the one digs in, just when you need them the most, you dare to say. But they're now doing quite well. And we do see now, of course, AKs on both players. Some util to go with it, as there will be the Eagles on the Esports Talent side. And they're hoping to make a landslide of a comeback. It's going to be still a waiting game, however, from both sides. As Danny's already moved up slightly higher. But then you still have to clear out the courtyard here. And make sure there won't be any, well, sudden tequila drunk players just around the corner to make your day a little bit harder.
Yeah, you know, that's always a bit of a nasty surprise. And D. Calavera, it seems to be the battle of the one dig so far. As Henma, in the meantime, does turn something around. He gets a frag himself, and that brings it down to a 1v1, where only Henma is left to grab the bomb, which he can recover. As now D. Calavera falls back, and 27 seconds remain for Bot Denny to get that bomb down.
Yeah, Henma is trying to move around, and that makes some sound, so that makes it maybe a little bit easier for the CT to, well, chime in and get the last frag, and so he will. 2-1 for the Esports Talents, AK being recovered as well, so their buy will be quite decent. Whereas on the side of Bot Denny, well, their money struck. So the Eagles once more, hoping that it will once more result into a one round, because that single round they've won on the Bot Denny side. 2 beautiful one digs. And that's all it took, but it's all it maybe will take in this round as well.
Indeed, and sometimes such a round can go so quickly, as Ducky gets the first frag and bomb control. And now Henma has the pressure to turn it around, but will that succeed? Deagle checks the corners, but look behind you. Although I'm not sure if Henma has actually spotted that player. Now, Ducky going on the chase. And
Knife.
Indeed, I am hoping for that knife, but oh, this is dangerous. Ducky surely getting closer and closer. But it goes to be a clean headshot, and that works just as well. As Henma goes down, and Esport All Talents do end up being the better team for now.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward. He was considering going for the knife, but then saying, You know what? The chance of me actually messing it up is you would have to run out with your knife as well to actually, well, catch up to the player. It's probably a little bit too large, so we'll just go for the smart play, go for the headshot, and that's gonna be it. And then he once more now with AKs, trying to get the angle right here and towards Ducky. Beautiful one tap from Henma as well, as Danny takes down Calavera, going back in towards now a 3-2 scoreline. Both teams still making it relatively close, and we should consider, RJ, this is only the second actual buy round we've seen from Bot Danny's side, with now those AKs remaining longer than just a single round.
Indeed. It's a chance for the equalizer, and as Henma gets the frag, it definitely seems to be a more likely chance now. Only Ducky is left, and we'll have to see how that all plays out, as slowly but surely Bot Denny are getting closer to the site, and Ducky is waiting it out at the back of it. He's getting a frag if they had a bit of a lucky shot here in, but no, Denny denies, and the team, Bot Denny, wins the round, and they stand 3-3 right now. A good chance for Bot Denny to push further and keep the momentum going, as they have forced Esport All even to play with a Deagle and an MP9, and those aren't really the best weapons right now.
It's going to be Ducky with that Deagle though, so you never know. We've seen some crazy shots already coming out, and Danny tried to split up this round rather than playing together. And, well, through this hole they won't see all too much. But maybe later on, if Danny opens things up, Henma will be able to receive one of his opponents with open arms. And of course, a open head wound due to a bullet flying through. At this moment in time, both teams, though, not really forcing the issue. Well, Danny, of course, knowing that the economy from the eSportal talents isn't all too great. Meaning they might want to go for a more aggressive play, and that would net a better chance for Bot Danny to move up.
Indeed. And I'd say that covering the ground is so important, but so is getting those frags. And once again, we see a delightful 1D popping by. Something that is quite consistently showing up, I have to say, in this map so far and in this matchup. Now as Henma pushes ahead, we see them jumping down. Slowly but surely clearing the rest of the map as Ducky gets another 1D. And Esports All Talents keep winning, but they are only one round ahead. Once again, we are facing a matchup here of two teams that seem to be quite close to each other and quite well matched.
We do have a 1 round deficit for Bot Danny, with Calavera going for that maybe aggressive play here as he'll go towards the right flank. Player hearing that, of course. Now Calavera trying to drop back, throw in a nade, and then be done with it. The scary part is, of course, now Bot Danny has a single player in their sights. Yeah, the other one, Ducky, is in a more off-angle position, hoping for a player to cross by, and there we go. Henma receives a headshot, and eSportal Talents once more in a player lead, looking for just Danny now, who seems to be the bot.
Indeed, but I have to say, with the shots that he hits every now and then, I wouldn't call him a massive bot so far. He's definitely got some potential in him. And let's just see if he now also has the potential for that 1v2 clutch. But he will have to get that bomb down, and oh, he gets tagged up quite badly. As now he might know where that player is hiding, but he is starting to feel the heat, just as that molly might be creating some extra heat on top of it. Now Calavera going for that fight, but Denny actually gets a frag duck. He goes down, but 15 seconds remain, so Denny, you're going to have to plant that bomb one way or another. And that is going to be the chance for Calavera to shoot in. And indeed, it happens. Esport All Talents grab that 5th round. And so far, going to the halftime switch now, Esport All Talents hold the advantage. But let's see if they can hold on to that advantage once they are on the T side.
It's going to be quite difficult, of course, because this map, once more, seemingly slightly CT favored. Of course, now Bot Danny's side will just have to sit and wait. Hopefully, of course, for them, play the longer angles Short range battles don't often favor those USPs. Danny actually in quite an awkward position, hoping that a player would cross in front of his scope, rather his iron sights, as there will be again a split attack coming down from the T's. As we've seen before, not really a lot of grouping on this map from both parties, as it's still a waiting game, as Ducky is hoping to open up things.
Indeed, and of course looking for that opening is pretty much the challenge for the T's most of the time. And it seems like Ducky is not going to get any chance whatsoever. Henma gets the frag, and now Calavera is stuck in a battle with Denny. Pushing closer and closer, but only 3 bullets or 4 remain. Denny in the end gets the frag, and so Team Bot Denny win the round, and they are only 1 behind right now. So they only need a little bit more to get back on that equal ground and perhaps just start dominating on that CT side.
This is quite unfortunate for Ducky as well. Had that initial headshot was unable, after missing 5 shots, to actually get the body shot in to finish things off. That meant the first fight went in favor of Bot Denny's side. We're now hoping to hold off this upper approach from the eSportal Talents. With the Eagles not raining through for Ducky, Calavera is able to get one back. But as Henma has already pushed in, well, that seems to be an easy round for the side of Bot Denny, equaling the score to a 5-5, dropping over 1 and 4 to make sure this is a full rifle-to-rifle round, where, of course, eSportal Talents is able to buy up those AKs after going on towards an eco. It's gonna be quite scary, though, as, of course, we do know that it's gonna be quite an early fight, or just a slow round to begin with. And as Henma is saying, I can just go for it, he gets the double, and the bomb, it was still in T-spawn, but it doesn't matter in the end.
Indeed. And so we see that Bot Denny now leading the map so far, but it feels once again quite fickle, because you can say, okay, Bot Denny, they have the equipment advantage, they have utility, but let's be real, eSportal Talents with Deagles know how to make it work. And indeed, Calavera once again, but luckily Denny is on point, gets that clean double kill, and so gets themselves that 7th round in. And perhaps this could just be the chance for Bot Denny to hold on to that momentum and then push further.
It's going to be 2 more rounds for Bot Denny to possibly take this first map, and that will be quite huge. Then we'll go on to Short Dust as possible decider. We'll have Train standing by as decided by our magical chicken. It's going to be Ducky trying to move up slowly, as Denny on the bot side of things has already lost some HP by dropping a little bit too heavily. And apparently that CT equipment is quite heavy and wears you down. In this time of space, it's eSportal Talents once more going for a similar approach they've done before, which is slow, tedious, and quite dangerous, because they are now grouping, but they are not really getting anything done. As the door is closed, they check that one properly, but Henma might go for a little bit of a cheeky peek himself.
Indeed, and that's perhaps the result sometimes of a cheeky peek. As Ducky takes the frag, Denny goes down, and only Henma is left. Some, I guess, earth bending or whatever would have been convenient right now to create a wall to prevent the T's from going in, but, you know, that M4 works just as well. As Ducky goes down, and it's a 1v1, Henma can actually work this out. The plan happens, and Henma spots the barrel, gets the frag, and can go for the defuse. That does allow Bot Denny to keep on going and actually put themselves onto map point.
Yeah, it was actually just very lucky as well, with those smokes being in place, being able to take advantage of the lack of sight on the eSportal Talent side, and of course the good sight for himself. Also, interesting and smart to play from the same angle your teammate has died before. After eSportal Talents has fully cleared that position earlier on, they would not expect it. Therefore, Henma had a higher chance of success. Now again, early headshots and early kills coming in. Denny and his teammate getting the shots done. And with a 9-5, once more a score we have seen before, is going to be Bot Denny taking that first map in their favor. And that would mean we'll go to Short Dust, and That is a map where short range will excel, and I dare to say, RJ, those deagles we've seen before might work out wondrous.
Absolutely, and that's the question. But once again, we see Bot Denny win now. So logically speaking, Esport All Talent should actually be winning the next map. Things have been very consistent so far, so is that going to happen once again? I mean, I think it's a valid question to ask right now because these teams have time and time again proven that they are definitely up to par with each other, and that also means that they have the potential to fight back against each other every time and to get on top of each other where necessary.
Yeah, it's going to be, of course, quite hard now to mentally reset for the eSportal talents, but as talented as they are, they shouldn't really be up against a challenge for themselves. Short Dust, however, is still a map that has been played many, many times by many players, so this is a map they'll know for sure. That might have been a case on the previous one, however. Calavera is just one that you don't see all too much, as you said yourself. It's only been added like a month ago. So it's going to be hard for players to actually know all too well where the opponents will be playing from. Short Dust, easier utility-wise as well, because you don't really have that many angles you can throw it through. So it's going to be pretty similar for both. And SMG-wise, it might be possible to go for some aggressive plays as well. RJ, just about 30 seconds as we'll be going in towards the second map. Do you think this might be that 2-0 shutout?
Perhaps. We've seen only, well, 2-1 so far, so I am expecting to see a 2-0 at one point, but honestly, I think that this is once again a very close situation. I think it could go either way, to be quite honest. So I'm not being able, I just can't tell you. I can't say it. I can't, convincingly tell you, oh, this is going to be easy 2-0 for Bot Denny. I think that this could just as easily go to that third map, but we'll have to see if they're going to dive into it soon enough.
Yeah, I think we're going to see quite some amazing plays once more towards Short Dust, a map we have seen before as well earlier today, where Banjo was able to bring some hot tunes on towards that hot map. And, well, that Dusty grade is going to be an interesting situation to be in. Of course, Knife to decide the starting side. And it's going to be Ducky to be, well, fully attacked by both. But still, eSportal Talents winning the Knife this time around and being able to choose most likely to start on that T side. I would personally favor the T side here, as you would possibly be earlier on towards the side. Your Molotovs could far easily take away those CT rotation positions. So personally, RJ, if we'll be playing here, it's gonna be the T side, just so you know already mentally.
Yeah. Just giving me that heads up, obviously. I appreciate that. I know what I can expect, and that's definitely worth something.
That's going to be Bot Denny starting on that T side rather, as eSportal Talents is going for those USPs on that CT side. Well, now I understand why Ducky with clean headshot on towards Hanma, saying, "Yo, Denny, you want some as well?" And he's going for a slight peek here, a little bit of a cheeky jump, a bump fake to be thrown out, some more shots just to reload, and it's going to be quite a clumsy battle, with Denny actually taking charge of this round. Back to a one-on-one, with the bomb now eventually being planted. Denny just calling the bluff of his opponent, and he moves back on towards safe position, now goes for that long rotation as well, not expecting a defuse kit on his opponent, and that means we'll go into a picture-in-picture as you see both players. Now Calavera going on the defuse, going off the defuse, being shoulder peaked, and then a double headshot comes down from our main man, Denny, and he brings it in towards a 1-0 for his team. After, of course, winning the first map, already taking charge, seems to be quite favorable for the Bot Denny side.
Yep, indeed. So that is a strong start for them to work off, and now, of course, also having that better equipment, a Galil, an AK, that's plenty to work with. And now we do see that Deagle action once again, but no hits this time round. I call too soon. Ducky proves it once again as Denny goes down, and the bomb is lying down quite awkwardly. Up to Henma to recover it now. And there is a bit of utility. Smoke is there, which could be used to create some vision to at least get the bomb plan down. And indeed, we see that happen. Upgrade to the AK. Someone who doesn't prefer the Galil, so it seems. Ducky going for those tags, but not really hitting anything, as it seems that Henma is playing it very safe, and instead of committing to a plant, has decided to fall back and just rotate the bomb around.
It's going to be Henma trying to move in with his AK as he's looking for a frag, but Calavera on the other angle will hold the crossfire properly. That means we now go to a 1-1 score. A Galil picked up for Ducky, not the best, but better than a Deagle and Tech 9 rather. As it's going to be Boldeni trying to force back in towards this round to keep things a little bit doable. And, well, it's going to be hard because the utility on the other side will be far superior. Those smokes will have to be thrown in perfection. As Molly goes in quite deep, the plant from Danny will actually be helped out by an extinguish from that smoke. But a wallbang brings him to 15 HP. Rather, though, we have to say they at least have that money down. But Calavera, here's a player sprinting underneath. And that's an easy frag on towards Danny.
Indeed, and as Danny goes down, it is a chance for Esport All Talents to grab the advantage. But it all depends on how Henma plays. Oh, that is a clean one dig. Henma playing it very well, juking it out, but the timing is in favor for Ducky here. Can get a defuse through, and so Esport All Talents can also get the advantage. They win the second round, and so they stand 2-1, where Bot Denny right now are struggling to find themselves, it seems. Still needing to kind of get used to short dust a little bit.
Oh, yes, indeed. It's going to be full buy versus full buy now for the fourth round of this match. And Henma bringing that AK and looking at the doorway, which in normal Dust 1 is actually open. It's going to be a Ducky standing by with M4 holding up the usual entry point and getting a kill towards Danny, who seemed to lack head armor. And not so smart mistake, as of course you know you're playing up against a possible M4, as Calavera with his AK might find down Henma soon enough, but he's expecting that CT spawn angle. Ducky now hears his player move in, smoke will be thrown out, and that's going to be a small delay. Still in a 1v1 with 48 seconds on the clock.
Indeed, and that time is always so vital. As 40 seconds now remain, it's a tense 1v1 where Henma can recover the bomb, but of course is going to be in a tight spot to actually get it planted. Every angle, every corner needs to be checked, and I don't think that Henma is going to anticipate. This was looking the right way, but Ducky is stronger as Esport All Talents get another round in. And Bot Denny is still struggling to find their way on short dust right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be Esport All Talents saying, I'd like to go to a third map. And that will be train, so they'll make us very happy there, RJ. Early Molotov coming down, great volley from Ducky to hold off his own teammate, and he's just gonna run through as Calavera's already gone down. It's Henma with the first Deagle headshot, as it's both players on the Bot Denny side on half HP, but that's completely together, at least summed up, more than there is on the Esport All Talents side for Ducky. And he's moving in with an M4, looking and trying to find. But what will he find? Possibly death. As he's looking for the players who are not actually focusing on getting the plant, rather moving up together and being able to refrag if necessary. But Henma, he doesn't even need a refrag. He just moves in once more, picks up the AK for his troubles, and gets the second round in for his team.
Indeed. And so perhaps this could be that turnaround from Bot Denny. The one that they were looking for, as right now, it seems that one of the players has disappeared. Something that happens every now and then, and something that will be fixed soon enough. And do you still believe that there is that potential for that 2-0 right now? Do you see it happen?
Oh, definitely. If the side of Bot Denny is able to frag in, like they have just done, it's quite possible for them to get things going. But on this T side, they really need to get more bombs down, and especially more early control. They seem to be bogged down by those CTs a little bit too easily, especially if you just look at Esport not always landing their utility correctly, and that means it's gonna be quite hard for, of course, bot Danny to not be laughing, and laughing is always a little bit hard to then control your aim. Have you never been in a match with such a joker that you couldn't really focus on the game anymore?
Absolutely, you know, that's something that I've dealt with, and something that's definitely, well, tripped me up, you know, every now and then. When you've just got that kind of player who really does make you laugh your face off, it does make it very difficult to stay focused and stay in control. So yes, I have dealt with that before, sadly. But at the same time, I was all the happier for it.
You'll be stronger in the end. Don't worry, my darling. In the meantime, we're just waiting for the last player to come back on the side of these Trovo Talents, and then we could get going once more. Sometimes internet just breaks. Sometimes we've had before. Luckily not in these tournaments. But of course, you know, toilet breaks. Some people need them really bad at a certain moment. So they just instantly run away from the computer, just pull out that internet cable in pure panic. And then you disconnect, have to fix that as well. I'm curious, RJ, do you also believe in a 2-0 shutout if there will be a slight momentum favor for bot Danny?
Yeah, I think that if bot Danny can get that momentum and they can actually keep it going, that they should be able to make this to 2-0. But, well, it's a tough one, right? It's not something that is quite so straightforward, quite so easy as you might expect. It seems that eSportAll can just as much turn things around when necessary. See some more utility flying through now, and Danny is surely, slowly but surely, getting closer and closer. And now actually committing on that plant at the peak from Ducky will be there, and it's actually De Calavera who denies the plant. As Denny goes down, and now only Henma is left with half HP, no less. Can get the frag on Ducky, but still has quite the battle to fight out against De Calavera. And that madman might just provide to be quite the difficult player, quite the player to make Henma's life significantly more difficult. We'll have to see. As Calavera now circles around himself, just like Henma is doing, and in that sense, they are slowly but surely kind of evading each other. But we'll have to see now how it all pans out. Henma is going to have to commit to that bomb plant eventually. 20 seconds remaining. Do something, please.
Don't panic, RJ. He's doing something, but that also involves dying. So eSportAll Talents now has that round in their favor once more. 2-round lead over their opponents. And they seem to be coming out stronger from that technical break rather than a tactical break. Of course, maybe they've had the time to go over some big, vital strats on this map. RJ, just looking at how these teams have played, what would be your tactical advice for them? And also throw away your mollies against the wall and they bounce back?
Yeah, that too, but I think that sometimes they're making it too easy for their enemy. eSportAll Talent, strong play there. I feel like bot Denny at times, you know, they are playing on that T side. They've lost every now and then because they're, for example, planting in a situation where they just know that they won't win it. So I'd say bot Denny, I want them to play a bit more, you know, high-paced. I want to see that rapidity in their play style that we saw earlier from them. I know they can do it, but where is it right now? It seems like it's, you know, eSportAll Talents who've completely taken control.
It's going to be Danny just trying to move it, Galil. At least the bomb is planted. That's something. But it's going to be quite hard still, as eSports Talents should be moving in as a unit, but they're not really going all together now. It's going to be one smoke, one way, one smoke, not the other way, because it's going to be an incendiary just blocking off Danny, who I believe has actually stepped into the fire, so they know exactly where he is, and they know it will be burning away. Free fire not hitting. It's going to be eSportAll Talents on towards 6-2 after this initial half on Dust 1, or at least short Dust, we have to say. Of course, the CT side slightly favored here, but I dare to say that bot Danny also left a lot of opportunities here, going for the same approach time and time again, not really making the most out of favorable positions. But, well, maybe they'll just come back stronger on this CT side, right? Just get some USP headshots. They will be pushed in quite early on some longer ranges. So, this should be favoring them, especially with Danny getting a double kill here.
Clean!
I think that's a good start on the CT side, would you say?
A pretty good start, I'd say. I mean, you know, I don't want to be too overconfident or anything, but I'd say that's quite strong. If Denny can keep hitting shots like that, then it should all be in the pocket for the team, but they've still got quite a ways to go, you know? It's not as straightforward, not as easy as you might expect. So I'm still waiting for them to get to that equalizer first. Once Bot Denny can actually get to that 6-6 scoreline, then it should be, you know, a good way to work this out from. Denny, though, starts off well once again, so keep it up like this, and Bot Denny might just be on that 6-6 scoreline in no time. As Calavera right now is checking and holding those angles mainly. Bot Denny still have the time right now. They can still just comfortably get towards the site and slowly but surely clear the entire thing out. As Calavera feels the pressure on him to actually plant. He's spotted out a play now, and he does not win the battle as Henma takes him out. And Bot Denny get the 4th round in. 6-4 right now, still in favor of eSport All Talents, but Bot Denny is going for the chase.
It's going to be Bot Denny still with an uphill struggle, though, now up against some AKs for the side of eSport All Talents. The utility level on both sides is rather poor. However, Bot Denny is able to still buy in some. It seems like another pause has been called, so most likely some more technical difficulties for either side. As eSport All Talents already had one player disconnecting earlier on, it wouldn't be too weird if it was on their side as well. Maybe some lag, maybe screaming at your little brother, "Hey, get out the internet, I'm playing big tournament." And then you can get going again. Oh, well, there goes a player. It's this time on Bot Denny's side, as the M4 flew forward and the nades flew downwards.
Rip in pieces. The harsh reality, technical issues, they plague us all. And I have to say that Bot Denny right now, well, if they can still preserve their momentum after this, because this is definitely something that's breaking them up. And it was actually Denny that was playing so well. You know, he is that key player. He is the one that is needed to continue. Then there is still a chance, but this could just as easily be a very painful momentum breaker for them. And if, well, Denny does not get back into the game soon enough, then I could see this as being a turning point, and this could be a chance for eSport All Talents to actually get towards that map point and then force this to go to a third map.
It's going to be Henma with the FAMAS waiting for his teammate to come back, probably crying his eyes out, hoping that he'll return sooner rather than later. Look at him, just standing there, tears in his eyes, saying, "There used to be a Denny here, but now I only have a bot beside me. I feel empty and alone, and I'm feeling cold as a stone." Oh, there he is. And it's Denny just returning, as you would expect, because Denny always comes when he needs to. And he's looking, of course, to now make it happen in their favor. 6-5 would be an ideal score after the end of this round. And with Denny now actually just going for his M4 once more, it's going to be, of course, a great chance for them to bring it home, or at least to a closer situation.
Indeed, and now we'll see if it does actually get to that closer situation. That is the main question right now. As I said, I'm putting a lot of pressure on Denny as a player there to actually pull that off. Molly could be strong, and indeed it's well used. Henma denies the plant, and now it's down to that 1v1. Calavera tagged up, and he has hopped into that Molly for a moment. Whereas Denny has got the bomb on lockdown, but Calavera with a drive-by, I'd almost say, he just kind of swoops in, and he takes the bomb and mainly, or most importantly, the frag. And so we see eSport All Talents going on to that 7th round, where Bot Denny are still struggling behind.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate there that our last remaining player on Bot Denny's side deciding to go for a wallbang and then stay in the exact same position. That's pretty much a recipe for disaster, as I've of course looked at many recipes for those. In the meantime, through the smoke there will be a spray, not just enough for the kill towards Calavera, however. Meaning Portal Titans has now planted the bomb, has a re-smoked in one of the entry tunnels. With Calavera also taking down, then it's going to be quite hard for Henma to bring it home with one player standing at the standard entrance. The other player now saying, I have the high ground and some boxes. I'll try to go for your head when you peek, and well, Ducky will just get a spray down in map point here for these Portal Talents. It seems like they might actually be at a chance to bring it in towards Train.
Who knows? Who knows? It definitely is starting to look like that. As we can look at Bot Denny's equipment right now, at the lack of utility. There is armor there, but there's also not a defuse kit. It's a detail, but it is an important detail. And right now, they're going to have to do anything and everything to try and turn this round around. Denny, or well, Bot Denny, I should say, seeing as it was Henma who got the frag, is turning it around. Now Calavera goes to that fight, takes out Denny. And suddenly, we're down to another tense 1v1. But then Calavera spots out Henma, and Henma is in a tight spot, and he knows it. As he tosses down that smoke, we see this beautiful 1v1 cam. Calavera committing to the plant, and Henma getting close. As Calavera falls back, is he going to be looking at the smoke? He's now got the cover of the wall to keep him safe. He drops down. Henma can recover the AK, and actually might just stick this defuse here. But the problem is that Henma is going to need the full 10 seconds. In that time, Calavera will have rotated twice. So Henma is going to have to do something soon. It's now or never.
Well, the flashbang comes down. Henma will see the smoke dissipate, but the spray not really hitting his mark. Esports Talents will win this second map on towards Short Dust, meaning we'll go to the third one, which is the decider. And that is, of course, Terrain. RJ, Train, we've said it before, my favorite, possibly also your favorite in the Wingman map pool. We're gonna see some aggressive plays, usually a lot of people just flashing out like wild and then jumping out like wild from that A main position. Maybe some early utility from Connector as well, and a decent chance for AWPs to actually play out as well, especially on the CT side. Something you don't often see on Wingman maps because they're relatively close ranged. And, well, not every AWPer feels as confident if they're standing like 5 feet away from a player. And then being peeked with an AK, you know you're probably having a bad day.
Just a bit of a bad day at least. Yeah, it's not really the best weapon for close range unless you just know how to hit no scopes like simple, relatively speaking. Honestly, I think that, there's going to be a good chance that this could go the ways of Esport All Talents, but equally it could be for Bot Denny. I find it so difficult to predict these things. Like, both teams have shown really strong potential. I mean, we've seen some silly, insane shots from the lads from Bot Denny, but at the same time, Esport All Talents, Calavera, he's so strong. He knows how to duke it out so well when he's down in that 1v1 situation. I think that both teams have very good potential and very good possibilities to get close to that match win here.
Yeah, I dare to say that it seems like Esportal Talents is slightly more consistent in the grand scheme of things. Whereas you just see short burst of life in the Bot Denny side, and then the bot takes over straight after. So that's always a little bit of a gamble, which doesn't really inspire too much confidence in the long run. But maybe on Train, they'll just be saying, you know what, we play a lot of bugs, normal matchmaking games, this is the map we might excel at. And first winning the knife going for the CT side would be, of course, a big favor for either team if they get it. And we have to say, Sportal Talent so far the stronger side on the knife party. So maybe they'll just be able to bring that knife in their favor once more. That would mean, of course, that they would most likely start on the CT side.
Indeed, and we'll see now. Denny goes for those stabby stabs, and Henma looks like Bot Denny are actually the team to decide where they start. And as you said yourself, CT side is definitely the most logical seeming one. As on Train, as much as it used to be ridiculously CT side in the past, if I'm not mistaken, now there's still just a teensy tiny tinge of CT sidedness. but definitely enough for it to be a factor.
Well, of course, the USP's now in a certain chance to have the favor, as long as they don't get pushed in too close with all those trains in the way. Who would have parked them there anyway? It's a little bit silly. In the meantime, it's going to be Henma leading charge through connector together with his teammate. One player going for Ivy, one player going for it at a little bit of an info peak. Calavera, of course, and a main. Whilst Ducky's already rushing through that Ivy position. He's looking at the trains, seeing a player, but on range, those Glocks not really working out too well. And that means we have a little bit of a slowdown here. Danny standing by the USP, hoping he can get that headshot in.
Indeed, and that headshot, ever so important, especially in those initial battles, because you can't afford head armor at the start. Now, though, we see the first engagements, and it's Denny and Hema. They do get those headshots in, USPs both times, and clean shots all around. Bot Denny get their pistol round. And this might just be the start that they were looking for all the time.
Well, sometimes you just need to get things going early on, and then you can get the momentum in your favor. Starting on the CT side will, of course, always be the best thing, especially on a more standard map like this, which is unfortunately out of the active map pool. Good damage on towards Calavera from the get-go. First a nade, then a spray, then also Ducky being tagged and sprayed down. And with the last one, bringing it into a successive 2-0 round, followed up by some AKs on the Trovo Titans side. Not really too uncommon, we have to say. And then we would expect none other than Bot Denny to go for an aggressive play somewhere to either go for the victory or go for broke.
Indeed. And, well, nobody likes going broke, so I'd assume that both teams are just going to do their best to go for the victory here. An Ivy push seems to be the tactic that they're playing now, and as they just boldly rush through the smoke, they do get slightly punished for it. Henma taking out Calavera, and only Ducky being left. A long-range battle with the AK seems to be relatively successful, as Trovo Titans get their first round in this final map of the best of 3.
At least a comeback that came sooner rather than later, as we now have a little bit of financial problems on Bot Danny's side. MP9 and an M4 to work with. Some utility as well, as Danny doesn't really like utility apparently, just buys a nade because he has to. And then he'll try to make it work. Well, those nades fly in, no damage being dealt. The AKs of Trovo Titans uncontested at this moment in time, going for some peaks, but that elec position will be flashed out, sandwich as well. Henma not being able to spray down with that MP9. Back to a 2-on-2 in Trovo Titans, as I said before. They're more consistent, so the moment that little bit of a peak from Bot Danny has succeeded, it's going to be, of course, now a 2-on-2 because Trovo Titans is building economy and building some momentum.
Indeed, so it shows that this can just as easily be turned around, and I'd say that Esport, all their rounds that they win now on the T side are even more valuable compared to the ones that Bot Denny might be getting now. So unless Bot Denny can turn it around right away and get those 6 rounds in, well, might just be a painfully big chance that Trovo Titans end up winning it. And, oh, Calavera, this is dangerous. He's juked it, and he's lost part of his legs, I dare say, with how much HP he's got left now. But at least he knows a little bit of intel, although you can expect that Denny is just going to rotate after giving away that info. It would be quite senseless to still stay in Pop Dog the whole time after you've been spotted there.
Well, there is of course then a chance you could hold off a main and Pop Dog from the same position, but indeed the chance of you being naded out are a little bit too high. Now we did see player Danny going via CT spawn to go for a backline push with Enma close to Old Hell. Holding on still with his deagle in hand, hoping to take a player if he moves across, but well, Ducky, he's just a little bit too aware, and as I said before, it is that consistency for Trovo Titans now a 3-2 lead rather than being behind. So there is a decent chance that Bot Danny now is of course struggling, but they are now buying.
Indeed, and that buy might just make all the difference. We'll have to see it happen. As now we also see some utility flying in from, of course, the eSport All Talents lads. And Bot Denny taking more aggressive positions this time round, I'd say, with Henma already getting into main and pushing right on through there. Something that he's going to get punished for, as Calavera ends up proving. Henma goes down, and Denny will feel incredibly lonely, I would say, as he is the last man standing on that A-bomb site.
Well, Denny's just enjoying life right now, but he's not enjoying the match if they lose this round. He is looking for a single player. A lot of noise coming down from the pop dock area as the teammate Ducky is moving out at electric. So the moment Denny would have had one kill, Ducky would have probably already been ready for the follow-up. 4-2, and it seems like eSportal talents are coming alive in towards this last map of this series. Yeah, once more Bot Denny on the Deagles. They've made it work, but, well, you know, it's gonna be hard.
Oh, absolutely, but, I mean, I'm always ready to see some really, really nice 1-digs, and not this time. Calavera takes out Henma, and only Denny is left. Quite a lot of pressure on that one player, and quite a lot of damage too, as we see all that utility fly by. And now Denny peeks around, but with only 9 HP left, you could already say that this is a lost cause. And indeed, Calavera makes it ring true, I should say. As eSport All Talents take their 5th round in now, and I have to say that, well, right now, eSport All Talents are definitely finding their way around the T side of Train. And I'm very curious, seeing as we are now entering the last round of this first half, how their CT side is going to look.
Well, the CT side, I dare to say, from the get-go, should have been the more favored one. But now I'm doubting with eSport All Talents doing some magnificent work. AWP as well for Calavera is going to play that one on towards Ivy. And they still have the bomb a little bit far back. So that's going to be maybe a little bit of a choke later on, as Denny might be favored to push the brown halls, but he's a little bit scared at this moment. It's going to be, of course, now Calavera throwing away his AWP. Very sensible. Probably has an AK lying around somewhere, and there it is. And there you see that they were set up and ready, as now Ducky went out a little bit too early, loses his life, and leaves Calavera alone in this last round of the first half. Now, of course, going for a 1v2 clutch, but only 30 seconds remaining.
Indeed, so the pressure is mounting. eSport All Talents are going to have to get that bomb down, but as Calavera gets that one frag, it's going to be significantly easier, you could say.
Oh my god.
Especially as, in the end, yep, Henma goes down, and, well, Calavera seems to just be the boss of Train T side. Now the halftime switch comes through, and, do you still believe in Bot Denny right now, told us Ma? Because I don't.
Doubting. I should never stop believing, and hold on to that feeling. You know how it is.
Absolutely.
But I'm a little bit scared because it seems like we do have, of course, a big fave for these Portal Talents. Now Ducky in a 1v1. This is awkward, but he still has the range advantage here with the USP over the Glock. Hoping that there might be a little bit of an over peak coming in, and oh my god. This is the pistol that we might expect between ourselves, but Ducky will be the winner here and takes the 7th round for eSport All Talents. We're looking for 2 more to finish off this match.
Indeed, 2 rounds left, 2 rounds needed. And that could be the end of this run so far. And eSport All Talents, I mean, I think that they definitely have it in them. Their momentum is going strong, and Bot Denny, well, you know, opposed to that, are struggling more and more. Only Deagle's in their hands, and Ducky actually playing quite aggressive, even, I would say. He is looking for those fights. A good tag here. That nade could just be killer, I'd say. But the pistol can't quite finish it off, as Denny has 21 HP left, and now Calavera is all by himself. There might be a chance to get a frag out of this. I don't think he saw that player just jump on by. Calavera is taking quite the risk by going for this high ground. We'll see, though. Henma pushing through.
It's a scary moment.
stuff.
Because the MP9 on Rage is terrible, and then you have the Scout and the Eagle, which in favor of course, Bob Denny, and then Denny gets the Eagle headshot, so that works out. But this could have been either way, because if there would have been an opening kill for eSportal Talents again, it would have been most likely their rounds. But now we just saw a very awkward fight from both parties. Henma as well, just looking for that Deagle kill, not even thinking of picking up that Scout in his hands before actually winning the round. And now some flashes coming in to run out of that A-main position. Ducky hoping to Deagle his way in towards this round as well, with Calavera having a Zeus in hand rather than buying a pistol upgrade.
Indeed, but you know that Zeus is legendary and can just as easily get the frag. We see the bomb plant going down now, and I love how Calavera was so enthusiastically hopping around, but sadly no Zeus frag came out of it. As now Bot Denny themselves seem to be throwing things back around, and eSportal Talents are struggling. But now that they do have those M4s in hand, perhaps there is a chance for them to come back. Although Bot Denny definitely have that utility advantage, and I do miss the defuse kits, although luckily for eSportal Talents, it almost never gets down to the ball actually being planted.
Well, Calavera gets one kill after losing Ducky early on, and now it's Henma with some decent util still remaining. Could molly out at least a position, and then hopefully clear out the second position. It's going to be, of course, Calavera looking the wrong way, but a good flick brings him in towards an 8th round. Picks up the AK as well, because of course it's the fan favorite, and is able to drop down one weapon for his teammate. And this is the match point for eSportal Talents. This is their way to bring it all home.
Indeed, and this could just be the chance. One round to get closer and closer to that grand final. One round to decide it all. One frag that could finish it all. But we'll see. Calavera going for that heaven area once again. A nade that could perhaps just hit, and indeed it does. Henma, Denny, both quite heavily tagged. As now Ducky has to hold it off from Pop Dog. Calavera takes out Denny, and only one player left. Henma, what are you going to do? As you are in an undoubtedly very, very tough position, with the bomb also not being in a favorable position either. A double peek comes through, and that means Ducky gets the frag, and eSportal Talent get the match win. Incredibly well played by them, and so we see that even though Bot Denny, they got off to a great start, they couldn't quite hold on to it.
Well, it's unfortunate sometimes you win the odd maps out, but then you start playing on the normal ones, and you actually see the talent that eSportal had. And that means they win this series and go up to the next round. We'll go up to the next short break of 5 minutes, and then we'll be back with the 4th match of today. See you in just a bit. Welcome back to the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash as we're getting ready for our fourth match of tonight. That means yet another best of 3 in our CSGO Wingman finals. And RJ, it seems like we've already been treated to quite some close matches, not a single 2-0 being dropped so far. So are you thinking we'll continue that trend?
I mean, right now I have no reason to believe that that trend's going to stop. Every team so far has proven themselves incredibly well matched up, from what we've seen, every team has just been, well, just at the exact same level as each other almost, with how every time they do manage to win a map from each other, but there's always that reverse sweep scenario, one team gets the first map, but then the other team always comes back with the next two maps. It's classic almost, I'd say. And honestly, yeah, right now it seems like this is just going to continue. I'm just not expecting it to go any way differently. And we can see it in the bracket as well now. The matchup here is the Baltic team against Wayne's party. Let's see if he turns this into his own world as well. And they are, of course, playing to see if they are going to be facing off against eSportal talents right now. And all that in the end for, of course, more importantly, a spot in the grand final.
Yeah, of course, Wayne's party, let's just pronounce it like it stands.
Yeah.
Should maybe just name-wise be a little bit scared by the Baltic team, because if you're being the team sent from the Baltic area, you might be just a little bit more strong than Wayne's party, but we won't know until we see him. Of course, we don't know these teams personally, but we do know it's going to be a blast, because so far all the teams have treated us to a free mapper. All matches have been really, really close. We've seen a single overtime as well, which means, well, dare to say, all the matches have been closer than you might have actually dreamed of. RJ, which maps are you still hoping to see? Because, of course, we have a map pool of 10. We've seen quite a few right now, but I'm not really sure if there's still one you be looking for.
I mean, it is a good question to ask. I do believe that right now, Lake, as much as it might be a little
Okay,
bit
yes.
hazy, we haven't seen that one yet. So I would like to see Overpass as well. Quite like to see Overpass too. And for the rest, I think we've actually seen everything except Lake and Overpass. Now that I think about it, yeah, because
You might be
we've
right.
seen Pit Stop. So
Well,
yeah, I think
let's
that it's time to just look at the machine and see what next maps are going to be coming up right now.
not just the machine, the chicken and the machine are best friends
Yeah.
forever. I love them to bits, and it's going to see which maps will be decided randomly this time around. Maybe it's Lake, maybe it's your favorite. It will be Lake, actually. Oh my god, RJ, you're just calling it already. Followed by Cobblestone, and as possible decider, it will be, of course, Nuke as well. And it's going to be quite an interesting one. I dare to say Lake will be the most interesting one as well. I believe everyone has played in any casual game mode. It's a complete chaotic moment when you go there. I
Yeah.
want to say different words which I couldn't say, but it's always it's a little bit hazy. But in a 2v2, it might actually be quite interesting, because then you could use the, well, extensive amount of cover that there is to your advantage.
Yeah, it almost feels like a map from a different game, I have to say, like it's really interesting how that's going to play out, and it might not be my favorite map or anything, but I am a sucker for just seeing completely different scenarios and seeing players kind of being forced in this, well, very challenging situation to see how they play it all out and how they handle it, really. Because, depending on how they handle it, of course, it'll decide how that map ends up going. And I think that once again, Lake can be just like the other two as well, to be quite honest. It can just prove to be really challenging and really, really interesting, like almost every map, I would say, has been so far that we've seen. I don't think that we've seen a single map where I had to say, oh, yeah, this is pretty boring. Like, every map so far has been filled with spectacle and has kept me captivated the whole time round.
Well, I'm curious to see what Lake will bring. Of course, the players will know it, not really from a competitive standpoint, I dare to say. So it's interesting to see if we'll see actually a quick gameplay, which of course could be the case, or just a more of a slower approach. We have seen in the off-meta maps, I dare to say. So I dare to say most likely it would be a more of a slower gameplay, because just rushing into a house where you don't know what angles you should be worried from might be a little bit too dangerous for the teams.
Indeed, it sounds like a bit of a wacky tactic to try and play, because I think that's the kind of main thing, right? You always have to be paying attention. You always have to be absolutely sure that you've checked every corner before you push on, before you can actually plant that bomb, for example. And for the CTs, it's just about actually utilizing those different spots and seeing all the places that they can be hiding, all the nooks and crannies. But we'll see now as the knife round kicks off, and it looks to be Wayne's party. No, actually, the Baltic team that get the knife round in. A good start for them, and, seeing as the lake is such an interesting map and such a chaotic map almost, I should say, I'm very curious to see where either of these teams will be starting.
I'd say most likely this time around CT might be favored. Because then you don't really have to run in towards the side all that much, or if you do, you'll at least have the T's trying to force the issue on towards you. It seems like the Baltic team is going for that safer approach and start indeed on that CT side. And, well, RJ, twinkle twinkle little star, maybe you are the star.
Oh my god. Am I the star of the show? And, it looks like Marius over there is actually Jesus, as they walk over the water, and Respect in the meantime actually gets the frag. A double kill for them even, and Wayne's party off to a great start so far, as the Baltic team are left to scratch their hand behind their heads to see how do I put it, to see how they can recover from a bit of a bad start.
Well, it's going to be some early util being thrown up by either party, with Wayne's party looking for another clean-cut victory. Well, shooting at a lamp doesn't really bode too well, but as Respect is just spraying down two players lined up, it's actually a pretty decent round for the Polish side. That's a 2-0, quick and swift, and it seems like, just going ham with some SMGs might just be the way to go. Curious to see if there will be head armor on the Baltic team. Yes, there will be, so those Mach 10s might not be as strong as before. Some early flashbangs, however, do fly out already.
Indeed, and those early flashbangs sometimes can be quite difficult, as Twinkle then goes down, and Xeros, in the meantime, himself goes for that refrag. Marius, though, ends up taking the kill, and Wayne's party keeps reigning supreme so far. Quite high-paced play as well, and they haven't had to plant the bomb so far. They can just win purely on frags up to now.
Well, there will be an AKM4 this time, so that's a pretty decent upgrade from those Mach 10s. And thus they'll play a little bit of a slower game, going for some wider angles, which might be a surprise for the Baltic team. Of course, they'll also have a lot of cover with that boathouse standing inside. And, there you have an angle for Respect. Yet another kill for himself. That's number 6 already in the 4th round of this match. It seems like Twinkle with his Eagle and Kevlar Vest is no match for Respect as well. A 4-0. This might be the most one-sided early start we've seen so far. But then again, maybe this is Wayne's party home turf, as they do like to have a lake house now and then.
Indeed. It looks like they just want to have a quiet vacation, and they are deciding that the best way to handle that is to just completely decimate the Baltic team. Respect trying to go for that same tactic once again, but this is the danger zone. There might just be someone close. And now you can see how the vast expansiveness of lake is coming into play. Twinkle goes down, and twinkle, twinkle, little star, you're suddenly falling down the sky. As now only Xeros, how are we going to pronounce that one?
Xeros.
Is left over. Xeros. Is left over. Yes. Auto shoddy. That does work. But he does upgrade to the M4. And now the bomb has been planted. And look at this. Look at the chaos around this map. I love it. As Xeros luckily has the water, kind of cushion his landing there. Let's just see if he can manage to... Right. I thought that Respect wouldn't, just go out of the house entirely, but never mind. The defuse
Yes,
comes
they
through, and the Baltic team gets their first round.
I dare to say Respect's best play or course of action would have been, after hearing this drop in towards the water, go for a play towards upstairs. But I'm not really sure if
Yeah.
he heard that drop at all. Because if he didn't, quite understandably so, he actually wanted to go for a more outside approach because he then still had a more difficult angle for the Baltic team to cover off. 4-1 AWP now for Xieros, as he's trying to boulder this boulder, but he'll be fleshed out and misses the initial jump. Seeing now Mariusz go quite aggressively and close towards the house as well, going via the basement, going in towards the ground. Twinkle took him down. Now a almost light up here for Respect. There's yet another double for the star player of Wayne's Party. And it's now a 5-1 scoreline.
Indeed, and Wayne's Party is still reigning supreme, I'd say. There was a momentary upset there, but the Baltic team hasn't really managed to stop their momentum. And I gotta say that, well, Wayne's Oh no, never mind. Things are going wrong. Respect now, though, can get the tag in, and looks like a double peek is quite difficult to deal with. Twinkle and Xieros, they are both making things quite difficult. Now Mariusz is going to have to change things up. Twinkle here is hiding in the garage, and that's where the fights might just be going down once Mariusz gets down there.
Yeah, Mariusz is just looking out of every window, just inspecting the house before he purchases the property. But so far, can't find a CT, so that makes him sad. Now opens up the door, says, I'll just drop down one floor. And then look for a different angle, but Xieros was already standing by, 5-2. And it seems like Wayne's Party is losing some ground. It's going to be, of course, still enough money to buy towards this last round of the first half with 2 AKs. And they're mainly banking on Respect not being overly infused by multiple angles being peaked at the same time by those MP9s in the previous round. Merely Util flying out, a little bit of wallbang from Xieros, but no player trying to peek in there, but rather from the water. It's going to be Respect with one, then already being drowned by Xieros. Now a 1v1 remains, with usually a slight favor for the CT, but as the bomb is being planted, Xieros will have to rotate up this staircase. It's going to be quite an interesting 1v1 with Mariusz just standing by in this little bit of a oval office.
Yeah, it's nice when you want to play the president. And we see that flash coming down now. Xieros can gain some ground with that. This is risky business, and indeed, Wayne's Party keeps winning as there was a clear vision on those stairs. 6-2 is our halftime score, and, well, there's clearly one team in that halftime that has reigned supreme. And I have to say that so far, Wayne's Party is definitely impressing, although I do wonder how they are going to be tackling this CT side. If that's going to be, like, totally, well, their thing, and if they're going to be able to handle that, or if they are going to struggle.
Xieros just didn't care at all for the player just running over the roof. Mariusz might have a decent angle here, but it misses. The initial shots will be pushed in close by those Glocks, as Respect will be there for a refrag on towards Xieros. Twinkle on towards half HP, of course not always in the greatest margin himself, as he's trying to fake it out a little bit by making some noise by popping one window. But Respect on this angle, not really that successful. Goes down to Twinkle. And, well, Twinkle will not be an imploding star this time, as he's actually going forward with a third round for the Baltic team. Wayne's Party now on towards a slight setback, but also a slight force buy for Mariusz, it seems.
Well, it's something that I would kind of expect there from Wayne's Party, to be fair, that they don't have the patience to go for an eco, for example. But they might get punished for that, although it doesn't quite look like it. Mariusz can get that one frag, and Respect gets the second. Only Mariusz that has gone down, and Xieros that gets that Mac 10 out of it. Or, I believe, was that even? No, that was not a rifle. It's just been thrown away, I think, if I'm seeing things correctly. Wayne's Party right now, 2 rounds away from that first map. So, this could quite swiftly be over, depending on how things go. Oh dear, poor Twinkle, and you've lost bomb control. This is a toughie.
Oh, Xieros is also been tagged up, and Marius just keeps spraying with the M4, and that's an 8th round for Wayne's party, making it actually in towards a decent setup. Alright, guys in the chat, make sure to put down exclamation mark Caster Bash if you want to face off against us in the viewer game, which will be after the conclusion of this match, because of course a player or two will be drawn. You will be going up against us with a chance of winning 100 euros for yourself. In the meantime, Wayne's party is just doing what they've been doing all along, and that is winning 9-3 in the first map right here. And that means we'll go in towards the second one, that will be Cobblestone, with of course the advantage for Wayne's party, who so far seem to be quite a dominant force.
Oh yes, absolutely, and I think that they so far have put down one of the most, well, quick results, I think, to this point, or well, up to this point. And if Wayne's party can actually preserve this momentum now, I think that there might, maybe, just a teeny tiny chance for that first, second, or well, 2-0 that we're going to see tonight. I think that there's actually a possibility, a slight chance. But I'm going to just knock on wood, just in case, before I end up being insane, and kind of see and wait, because, of course, I'm not willing to make completely accurate and 100% convinced predictions here. I think it can still go either way with these teams.
Wait and bait, that's always the best play to do, RJ, so just try to focus on that. So for the players in the chat that might have missed, exclamation mark Caster Bash to possibly join up forces with another viewer to go up against us. I've been warming up all day long, RJ as well. With this weather, it's of course quite easy to warm up, and his magnificent aim will carry us to victory, so you have a smaller chance of winning the 100 euros. But then again, we only have brain, no aim, so you might be in luck if you've also warmed up yourself. RJ, now I want to hear a prediction for the score of the next match. Which team will go towards 9 first, and what will the difference be?
Oh, I'm definitely banking on Wayne's team right now, you know. I mean, I think that's, you know, the best chance right now. Simply put, due to the fact that they played so strongly in that first map, why wouldn't they do that in the second, right? And I'm expecting the difference to be something like 9-5. 9-5, that's what I'm sticking with.
Alright, well, the knife will be going in favor of Wayne's party straight away. They're going to waste no time at all trying to make things work, and there's just a little bit of a Michael Jackson wallet going on there in the forefront, by respect. Most likely deciding to go for that CT side themselves, as well, swapping around after winning this knife will be in your favor indeed. They will, starting of course in a connector area, having those USPs and armor to work with. The fuse kits, usually not really the most logical buy to put in, because especially on this map you don't really have that much chance of a bomb plant going down and actually going down to the wire.
Indeed, but to be fair, those bomb plants, they just in general don't happen all that often. But something that does happen quite often is Respect popping off, and once again he proves it. A delightful double kill, USP one-taps all around, and just success. More does not seem to be necessary. As Wayne's party kicks off well, they get the first round in the pistol round. And we'll see if now they can, well, progress further from this.
Well, somewhat we should feel sorry for Mariusz. Let's be honest here. Respect is just taking every kill away in front of him. So we have to respect the hustle that he's getting the frags. But we should also feel as if Mariusz can't perform the way he should be able to, just because some other guy is just taking away all the frags. It's gonna be the same in our viewer games. You're gonna take away every frag in front of my face, and I will not be able to get a single one. And that will be my excuse.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that that's the the most accurate representation that he could have thought of. Honestly, though, I think we'll see. I think that we'll make something nice out of it, and may the best win. You know, I think that's a better thing to say.
Now, of course, it's now Respect actually forcing his teammate to rage quit after he again took both kills. Classic. I would do the same. Or it's just a technical issue which will be resolved relatively quickly. He'll rejoin the server and we should be good to go again. 1-0 for Wayne's party as we hear the beautiful chickens making the noise that chickens make. RJ, give me your best chicken impersonation.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Is that there? You go. Is that?
I thought it was a real chicken.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Maybe I just picked up a chicken. You know, that's just walking around in my room here, and just gave it a good old squeeze.
You're from Belgium, so I wouldn't be surprised, right? How else would you make mayonnaise on the fly?
Yeah, I do need do need those eggs. No, to be fair, I actually used to have chickens back in like a year or two ago, I think, but it has its ups and downs, you know, because it's really convenient. Well, no, it's really convenient always having eggs, but it's so much effort cleaning it up and everything. My God, always such a mess, and the smell. Good Lord, you are not missing out, my man. You are not missing out.
Well, that's something that's actually true. If you drive around, you can actually smell that there would be a chicken farm nearby. Because they have a certain odor, which is quite heavily present, I dare to say. So I wouldn't like to live close to a chicken farm, to be honest. Do you live close to a chicken farm?
No, not immediately. I live close to a forest though. That's convenient. Have you been like out for a walk yet today? Have you enjoyed the nice weather?
Come on, man. I'll check my step counting smartwatch. It's currently saying 12,000.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
solid.
It's not too bad. How about you?
Oh, good Lord. The amount of steps today? Do you really want to know?
Yes.
You're going to be so disappointed.
Yes.
Okay. Get ready for this, right?
Okay.
118. It's literally nothing.
Me? How the hell do you... It's 9:20 in the evening. How did you only do 180 steps? Did you just go from your bed to the PC and then maybe once to the toilet and then back to the PC? Is that all you've done today?
No. To be fair, I've left my phone inside most of the time in my defense, so
okay.
that's my excuse. Otherwise, it would have definitely been 200, for sure.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
RJ,
but
just to make you feel better, on Thursday I'll probably do 20k.
Okay. How is that supposed to make me feel better?
So you can already mentally prepare to be again destroyed by my amount of steps.
Wow, you got me good. To be fair, I mean, I recently actually did a walk and I made but looks of it 18,000. So you know, I'm getting there. Yeah. I'm exercising. Now I could just get rid of my extra, you know, of like those 2-3 extra kilos. Then I would be a happy caster. But one thing at a time. Anyhow, though, speaking of steps.
Oh no.
Oh no. Speaking of steps, it sounds like there are quite some drastic steps going on right now as Respect's teammate, the other side of Wayne's party, has sadly lost internet connection completely, which means that there is about 1 minute left for them to reconnect. They will just have to get their behind back on the server ASAP, because otherwise I'm afraid that Respect will have to play all by themselves, which they might be able to pull off, but that's going to be really challenging.
Well, definitely. Respect has been a one-man army, but especially on the T side, it should be nearly impossible. Of course, there's a good thing in the favor of that one map advantage for Wayne's party after the previous win. So there might be a little bit of an extended period of time where the player could join back or at least fix his internet connection. Respect now has to play that 1v2. Will, of course, make do with what he has, and that's an MP9. First kill comes in. If he wins a round, it will be a little bit of a mental blow for the Baltic team. 16 bullets left in the MP9 and he's trying to move around via connector and Twinkle. He, of course, now picks up that bomb, but is slightly scared and really uncertain of where the player will be coming from. Respect now moving up. Twinkle has a hunch and has the angle. Gets the frag in the end and is back to a 1-on-1. But if Twinkle didn't expect it, it could have actually gone the way of Respect and it would have been a 2-0 lead, which would have been rather painful.
Oh, absolutely. That would have been a very tough situation. And, well, I think we can pretty much be certain now the Baltic team is just going to feel the pressure on them to get this, 2-1 now. There should be no way in which that they end up losing this. As much of a shame as it actually is, of course, for Respect. Technical issues are always a pain. We do see the Baltic team getting their second round in, and so far, I'll ask you a different question. How many rounds do you expect Respect still to be getting now?
Because he's on the CT side, he might have a better shot than on the T side, because then you can just group up as the Baltic team, as they could just then go for a repeat, something they should have already done by now as well. So I'd say maybe 1 or 2, but it shouldn't be more than that, because the Baltic team can just group up every round and play together. Now Twinkle has an insane pre-fire as well. Otherwise, they would have been a little bit too slow for that repeat, and I believe Respect in that position could have been disrespecting them by winning that round. Now it is 3-1, however, for the Baltic team, as unfortunately, as said before, Mariusz has lost entirely his internet connection and is currently MIA.
MIA, and who knows, perhaps at some point they could be coming back. I don't see it happening right away, as they did lose complete connection, and that would be a sorry affair, as that does mean that the Baltic team can just relentlessly keep fragging Respect time and time again, because of course it's simply a one-sided battle. But we'll see, perhaps Respect can still provide us with some really, really insane shots, some really insane plays to deny the Baltic team at least a few more rounds.
I can just imagine him singing all day long. All by myself, don't wanna be, as he's trying to fight out the two players splitting up again. Almost at an angle here at the Tree Speedway. Now takes down Twinkle, Twinkle, no more star. And it's going to be Xieros with a good flash, possibly spotting out Respect as well. But Respect also knowing exactly where said player is. Nade comes in, no damage whatsoever. It's gone a little bit too far out. And now we see actually Respect getting that one round I was talking about. Maybe a second. But he's going to move fast because there's only 2 more rounds remaining in this first half.
Indeed. Who knows, Respect? Make it that 4v4, and there should be a solid chance there for this to go successfully. Honestly, though, I would be very, very impressed if Wayne's party, aka Respect at this point, still managed to get the win here, and they would deserve all the props. As now Respect can hear the players coming. He gets the first frag, the second, not quite. Oh, so close, and yet so far.
It's going to be Respect still with money. I would have personally gone for the AWP here, but if you're not an odd player, it's going to be quite difficult. He had the financial means to make that happen. Just because this is a relatively long-range map, especially if you play it from the side itself, you have a decent shot at actually forcing 2 1v1s, and with the AWP, you just need one actual decent shot hitting above the waistline, and you would have won the round. Now Respect again holding longer angles, hoping to force 2 1v1s, and he might actually get some as he gets the ding on towards Xieros. Twinkle is still on that long position, moving in now, and he gets the headshot in after being dinged himself. 62 in favor of the Baltic team, and Mariusz is still missing in action.
Indeed, and, well, I can only hope for Respect that they are going to be coming back as soon as possible, but I'm afraid that it might just not happen right away. We'll see, though. The Baltic team obviously reigning supreme right now, as is quite expected. And, well, Respect now feeling even more pressure, I dare say, with the bomb also having to be planted for him to have any chance whatsoever to actually get a round win out of this. He scarily pushes ahead, but Twinkle shoots him down. And so the Baltic team gets another round.
Unfortunate here for Respect, as I have to respect the hustle, still trying to make things work here. 7-2 now for the Baltic team. 2 more rounds to win this map in their favor. And there will be a deal for Respect. Some flashbangs of smoke, trying to get close and personal. And hoping, of course, that the barrel will give a decent bounce. Well, it's a somewhat decent bounce and a very good 1-dig. Only a minor amount of damage being taken. And Xieros, he is standing by with, of course, the Eagle Armor as well. So that's not the greatest by himself. Will be spotted out here by Respect, who gets another decent tag in. But he still needs 2 more bullets or a headshot to finish off Xieros. Of course, now looking for the fight. Gets 1 more tag in. Only 22 HP remaining. 1 shot will do the trick. And Respect will win a T-side round, which I have to say is terrible for the side of the Baltic team. And now we actually have some reinforcements here for Wayne's party. They're back to a 2-man lineup.
Indeed, let's go. Well, Wayne's party, I'd say. Respect and Anchor potentially just making things work out completely here. We'll see it in a moment. As Respect now pushes ahead, has that support. Xieros goes down. And maybe, just maybe, this could still become that 2-0 in just a moment. Mariusa now showing up and being back in full action. I really, really hope that their internet connection is going to hold out.
That's a very smart way to come back. Just get 2 headshots in for yourself and win the round and show the Baltic team those 7 they have right now. Oh boy, you were lucky he was disconnected. In the meantime, just another long rush coming in from Wayne's party as they're moving in aggressively. Mariusz with yet another headshot. He's saying, respect the carry. I don't think so. Then he goes down to a headshot of Twinkle. In the drop zone, he'll be taken care of. And that means it's now 7-5. The Baltic team is losing ground by the second, it seems. And we will have a buy-up coming in from that CT side this time around. Here again, Mariusz with a beautiful headshot, but then overextends on this peak. Not really understanding where Twinkle was. You have Respect to, of course, get his double digits in and win the round for his team.
The question is, of course, is that buy going to work this time round? As the Baltic team tries to hold off. Xieros does get a strong frag, but not the second. Respect denies that one. And demands Respect, you could say. Now it is that 1v1 where Respect just continues. Even, I thought for a moment going for that extra small cash bonus to get the bomb plant in, but no, that does not seem to be necessary. Wayne's party right now, 6-7. They need 1 more round to turn it back and to actually show up, to actually have a chance. And to maybe, just maybe, make it that 2-0 after all.
It's going to be Respect, and his teammate will go for the spray. Twinkle, however, with the AWP now, has got the opening kill out. The shot in close range should be doable, but it's going to be Twinkle with his second kill. That's going to be a map point here for the Baltic team. Investing in some heavy weaponry should be, of course, easy to go with. And it's going to be 2 AKs, and still that AWP now being thrown over to Xieros, who is going to have a better spawn most likely for that B-long platform. And he's going to incendiary it off and hope that his teammate on Popdog will survive long enough. Well, that molly should burn Twinkle, and it will. It'll go down relatively low, but still goes up and takes down Mariusz. Now Xieros is in a world of trouble, possibly, as Respect is hunting him. There's going to be Xieros also going down. Low HP for Twinkle. 1 shot could do the trick. As, of course, it's now a 1v1 with Respect once more winning it, hoping to go for an overtime situation.
Things sure are getting tense over here, as we do see the Baltic team at the cusp of turning this into that free mapper once again, as is terribly consistent, I would say, across the rest of this tournament. But maybe, just maybe, Wayne's party can actually force it to the equalizer. Oh, but Marius, you get caught out in a terrible spot. And that leaves only Respect. Xeros now has heard the tag from that Molly, has given away Respect's position, and now he's going to check this angle. He's making too much noise. He's going to get pushed soon enough, and indeed, there is Xeros, but Respect still gets the frag. 1 HP remaining. Respect, what are you going to do? As now, Twinkle versus Respect. It's that 1v1, and it's all down to Twinkle. Bomb plant gets... Oh my lord, Respect fakes the bomb plant, baits out Twinkle and gets the frag. We go to overtime. Good lord. What a turnaround from Wayne's party. What a play. And what a deserved overtime, honestly.
Absolute insanity here from Respect, as Marius has joined in towards this match. We now see a double up coming out from the Baltic team. They're saying, you know what? One up, it worked out pretty well. Let's just get another one. And then they smoke a little bit awkwardly. That nade bounce, it's been a classic and a staple for many years. And now we have Serials trying to hold this long angle, but Respect just takes him down. Twinkle, however, drops the bomb and the star player for Wayne's party. And Mariusz, he's making a lot of noise, but might actually go for a little bit of a cheeky play. Spots a player. It's another round coming in for Wayne's party, as Twinkle should not have actually gone aggressive there, especially not with the slow peak. That means we now have a round lead, and a match point rather, for Wayne's party, where they can close out this series. Auto sniper.
Oh boy. Okay, it's getting serious now. I am just... Oh my lord, this is going to be insane. I'm very, very curious to see how this auto sniper is going to come into play as well. As now we see Wayne's party, they line up. Marius looks towards that long corner, but it doesn't look like the Baltic team will be coming from there. Respect actually feels the pressure. The molly goes down. Respect not tagged up. Position not given away. And so they can delay.
Well, that's a great rhyme.
Yep. Yes, indeed. They push ahead, and Respect still at the head. He gets the first, but not immediately the second. The pressure is on Marius to get that auto sniper in hand. And will the Baltic team meet up to the demand? Respect, though, this is a good position, but is not paying attention. Now, where is that refrag? Marius! But this is going to be the moment, and indeed, the auto sniper reigns supreme. 10-8, and Wayne's party gets the first 2-0 of the tournament so far. Very well played, and although that it was very tough at a certain part when Wayne's party was not complete, but missing half of their team, they still made it work in the end. Very well played by them, and massive props to them, I have to say.
Yeah, quite intense there for Respect, but of course a deserved victory after you actually managed to win 2 or 3 rounds solo. And having that support from Marius in the end, it was vital to get things going. Of course, people, make sure if you want to join in the viewer match to put !Caster Bash in the Trovo live chat, and possibly you will be drafted to go up against us two. And then maybe you'll win, and if you win, you'll actually be able to split 100 euros with your teammate. If you lose, you'll get nothing but a beautiful experience. So this is your final call. If you don't put in !Caster Bash in the chat right now, you will not be eligible for, of course, that draft. And then you will never know if casters will be able to play against you or not. So make sure to type it right now and have a chance of fighting us for 100 euro reward if you beat us silly little casters.
I mean, I'd say that there's no reason whatsoever not to give it a try. To be quite honest, we are casters, but we are not professional esports players. So I'd say, just give it a whirl and see what gives. But honestly, for now, I'm very excited to see how that Caster Bash is going to pan out. I'm really curious to see if we are going to get beaten or if we do reign supreme.
Of course we're going to win, man. We're going to a 10-minute break, so the players that will have to face us will be able to get ready, will be able to get a drink, and just casually steamroll over them after this 10-minute break. See you in just a bit. Welcome back to the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash, as we've just been bashing heads ready for, of course, our viewer game of tonight. RJ and I will take on none other than two of the viewers, and if they win, they will get 100 euros in total to divide between the two of us, which is quite decent for a single map worth of play. RJ, we're going to play one of the most beautiful, aesthetically pleasing maps in the world. Of course, you know and love it. It's going to be Lake, a map we've just seen before. And me just knowing your aim, this should be an easy win, right?
Absolutely right. This is just in the pocket already. I think that we're going to have to disappoint the viewers participating because they are absolutely going to be destroyed. There's no other way, right? Right?
Yeah, I've just during your talking moment, I've just won the guy, so I'm not gonna say they have a little chance to win here, but I'm ready to destroy some heads. So I'm curious to see how it will turn out. Of course, we will be communicating throughout this viewer match for your pleasure, hopefully, as I try not to be cross with myself, as of course RJ is faultless. RJ, what's going to be your strategy, if you dare to say it, before we actually head in towards the match?
Strong team play, solid communication, really everything
Yes.
that you might need to just completely destroy and decimate when it comes to Counter-Strike, right? And hitting all my shots and not dying. Just a combination of all those things all together.
All right, RJ. Also, I think the big play for us on the T side, rather, is to go for A as many times as possible. B is not on the map, so I shouldn't really think that to be a possibility. So I think that's going to be pretty much where our T side will lie. Of course, trying to gain ground as soon as possible and destroy every opponent in the way. Water is our enemy. We don't go into the water. We are allergic to water.
Yep.
What is
We are
your
made of
biggest
sugar.
fear?
Just ever, or in this tournament, or
In
where
this game?
specifically?
It's gonna be water. Indeed, very good, RJ.
Yes,
You're
yes.
very properly prepared for this matchup, so I think we should be more than ready to possibly dish out some money to some guys, or just take it away from them. As of course, we will be focusing on winning. RJ, best weapon in the game for you?
Oh, AK-47, obviously. I mean, there's
All
no
right.
doubt about that. And you?
Well, I believe in you. I'm probably also going to be the AK guy. I might pick up an AWP at a certain moment. And there is a chance that I'll just be saying, you know what? I'll just pick up the AWP and then mess it up. In the meantime, because we're in the warm-up, I hear opponents use the game, needs the money. So I think they should
Nice.
be ready. So, RJ, I'm going to just call it, I think we're allowed to ready up. So I'm going to throw in already. And I think then we should be getting into the knife round first. And then it... Oh, we actually will hear our in-game sound also slightly delayed. So that's going to be quite
wild.
interesting. But of course, we're professionals, RJ. We're quite easily able to focus on different aspects in the game. So I think this is going to be the easiest game of our life, of course, brought to you by Trovo Live, as we're celebrating, of course, our anniversary with the Trovo Titans, and that means we're going to have quite some amazing things. RJ, it's time to get in.
Time.
We're going to get our knives ready. Don't forget left, left, right. Just to make sure that we're on the same page here. You never know, RJ. Sometimes brains do malfunction, especially mine.
Yep.
We're probably going to go all the way on towards the mid area because that's the most sensible thing to do. And I see some guys with baklavas on their head, so yeah, it's going to be scary. Hey, this is yours. You got this. I've never trusted you. Okay, I've never trusted anyone less in my life, but
ruined.
Yeah, well, it happens, RJ. It's a chance. They're going for the stay. So just for people at home, we're playing against Sukoyomi, who is, of course, one of the best players known in Counter-Strike, and Lamit Richard, or Richard, I don't know, man. Just trying to make things work.
Yeah,
You're gonna go run to the house and cover that off. I'm gonna go on towards a big rock here on the left and try to hold the yard area. They're
okay.
probably rushing
Okay.
for the side, so you'll be on your loan. Just so you know.
Okay. I love it. This will
Yeah,
be
I'm
fine.
just giving you the heads up right there. Oh, I see player. And I got one. I've got the bomb dropped, so no worries, darling. Just a little bit scared we might be flanked out by the last remaining player because I have no clue whatsoever where he is.
Me neither, but I guess we'll find him eventually. Right? He's supposed to be here somewhere.
I sent you to the house to find him. RJ, you're already lacking, or slacking, rather.
But he's not in the house. The house is clear.
Yeah. I'm so scared he's somewhere behind me and I'll get denied. Oh yeah, there he is. He's behind us in our spawn. That's the other side, yes. Oh, he's on that rock to the left. Yes, thereabouts. This is you, RJ. Just a clean one tap on your face. Just looking at the scoreboard. We're going for 1 eco because then we have AKs and then we're golden. Going for a eagle too.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure that I act as if I have aim and go for that 1 deek. Do you have faith in me? Because it's the most important thing.
Always. I always have faith. Never stop.
I hear some steps above me. This is... Okay. Okay, I've just been messed up. I've been messed up, RJ. This is going south, but it was a tactical retreat. Now we have those M4s ready to fight. Okay, I'm just gonna hold the yard again.
I'm gonna run to the house.
Yeah. You're already so good at Lake, man. It's actually insane. I'm almost jealous of your skills, man. So immersed gamer stuff. My spray non-existent, by the way. There's one at the rocks outside. What's the bomb? The other one close to you.
Dear.
RJ, I'm looking at the scoreboard and you're still on 0 frags. Can you please explain
Leave me
what's going
alone.
on?
I'm trying, okay? I'm doing my best, but
I'm not complaining. I'm just asking.
I don't know, man. This game is much difficult.
Yeah, and of course we're playing against the Lamita Dishar, well known for his amazing frag potential, known in the CIS region as star player #1. Even Simple can't face him. Oh, there's 2 guys there. One is hit to 50 HP and the other one you can have.
Oh, I spotted one and I tagged him once, but not much more than that. Feels bad.
Very unfortunate, RJ.
Here, man.
I'm going for the glass cannon AWP because I feel as if I have the aim. This is the round I talked to you about, thinking I can shoot, and then not being able to. I accidentally press the screenshot button. It's already dead level, man.
Oh lord.
That's one. Not sure where the other one is though. I'm thinking house, because there's a house here.
I'm listening.
Oh no, still at the rocks. Oh, Jesus, he's insane. If that's not confidence inspiring, I don't know what is, RJ.
Yeah, no, he's insane. That's what you like to hear, right?
Yeah. If he's going for my AWP, he's double insane.
Oh, that spray down. Oh, disgusting.
What spray down? I saw only a spray going up.
Just the spray. Yep. Hey. Oh okay. My lord.
One sort of eco.
Force? You want? Oh, you
can force if you want. I'll just go for scout, because you know that AWP worked out insanely well, as you saw.
I'm rocking that armor plus eagle. I'm gonna kill him.
I think one is not hit, but I'm not sure. It's super.
One is oh my god, this is starting to be painful. You know.
It's the time you have to face the consequences of your actions, RJ. I love that they have equal scores as well.
Yep, you know, they are just playing consistently well. We have to try we have to try a different approach. One outside by the rock, just close. Let's
Easiest round of my life, man.
Let's go!
Oh, did you ever doubt me? Be honest here.
Never, never, ever. You are the best.
That's what.
Honestly,
that's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, they cannot beat us. Clearly, this is going to be the start of the massive reverse sweep.
There's a little bit of love tapping right there. Do you need to drop, darling? Yes, you do.
Just a bit.
There
maybe.
You go.
Thank you.
I even buy the Fuse kit to seem like a pro player. But I'm not. Well, maybe I am.
Okay, let's...
Depends on the score at the end of the match. There's one in the water, next to the boat.
Oh, one was outside. Yeah, oh, you're also dead. Okay.
RJ? I heard that
yes.
D side is our best side. Is that correct? Need a statistical approach here. Okay. I only expect to see headshots from now on, because currently, oddly enough, your headshot percentage is 0%.
What?
Yes. You need to crouch jump there, then you have clean entry. Little tip, I've played this map too many times.
Oh, close water. Oh.
He moved up. He was there just a moment ago. Oh God, Jesus! Oh my God, that scared so. Oh my!
The madman!
Oh,
unbelievable!
God. That hurt my feelings.
They tried. They tried.
I was like, where did he go? He was there just a moment ago. I was so scared. I don't know where he came from, and I'll never know, most likely. Oh, Jesus. Lord, give me strength. Oh, you're standing in the most awkward position, man. That's oh, jeez. He's in the boathouse. There's an AK on the floor if you want.
Oh.
Okay, RJ, they do have a match point right now, so I'd really appreciate it if you'd get a kill.
Just the one frag, right?
RJ, I'm gonna give you the bump. You're gonna plant this as soon as possible, because they're not really holding up the side, okay? I'm gonna flash to give you more time. And thank you. Go get him, Tiger. Very good job. I knew I could trust you with this. Stuck on a boat, I'm fat.
He's outside, in front of the house.
We all say.
Boom!
I'll drop you one.
Thank you, thank you. Hey, we can do this.
Yes, definitely. As long as you believe, I'll believe as well.
Yep, as long as I plant the bomb.
Yes, that's pretty much our strat. Do it again! They've smoked, or did you smoke?
Oh, there's one next to the house. I heard him. Oh, no! In-house.
I'm stuck on this boat. Fat fingers. That's Shadow. It made my spidey senses tingle, you know? I'm so expecting him to be somewhere around an awkward corner. I hate every second of it.
I believe in you, man.
Where did you drop the bomb, by the way? Oh, it's middle of
It was on main floor.
Oh, no.
You've made noise.
Elephant feet. And that shadow, dude. Oh, 20 seconds. No.
Oh, let's
Just that
go!
I know that everyone in every situation there will always just sit in that position. Do you want an AK? Then you can buy util as well.
Oh, thanks.
Like, I saw that little piece of weapon. I'm like, hey, hello.
Wait a minute.
Hello. You call me more often, my friend? One pushing close. Oh god, one in the water as well. One next to the rocks. You got this. You're clutch. You're round.
Oh.
It wasn't your round. Unfortunate, RJ.
Oh.
Tomorrow, you'll make it work. Okay?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Love you. Tomorrow. At least, RJ, let's be in the positive side of things. You didn't get a double 007.
True. It could have been worse. And that's what I'm going to think about every time that I think back to this map, because I'm ashamed. A bit ashamed. I would have hoped to have, at least have gotten one frag, but nope. Nope. Not this time.
RJ, this just means that you have to practice more for tomorrow, okay? When we're done today, we still have one more match that we'll be casting right now. It's going to be a Fixdin... Oh, that's the name again. They do it just to me. Fixdinho's Party versus a new Tiki. So I'm trying to make it work, RJ. It's the bottom right match, Fixdinho's Party against Utiki. Okay, that went a little bit smoother. And all the other matches are currently already going on, so we're expecting to have the results of those matches towards the end of our streamed match as well. Of course, that also means that the viewers that have just played against us has won that €100 money, so they'll be quite stoked about that one, and that money will be going their way anytime soon. And RJ, what's your learning point from that previous match? Because Lake, beautiful map. Your gun game, not as beautiful.
Yeah, better spray control. You know, more aim maps, definitely for next time. Definitely more warm up, and
better happens,
utility usage. Yeah. It did happen. It was. I'm very happy that you managed to carry us to at least a respectable 4 rounds. But this is gonna.
Side,
yeah.
It was actually not bad because we found a way. I just said, RJ, go bomba.
Go plant.
And you went bomba. And then I was able to usually get some distracted CTs out of the way. So that was a good thing. Last round, I think I had a decent read, but then there was another guy in water also pushing in. So that really messed me up. But I think for tomorrow, we'll just be on a stronger party. Our strats, we've only scraped the beginning few papers of our strat book. So I dare to say that we'll be golden in the match of tomorrow. Of course, we're now getting ready for our last match of tonight. That will be Fixdinho's Party versus Nuteki. Here is our Magic Chicken with our map machine. He'll be bumping that stick anytime soon. And then we'll see what 3 maps, or at least 2, maybe 3, we'll be seeing in the following series. It will be Cobblestone, Overpass, a map we haven't seen just yet. And of course, Trade to be played out.
Oh, would you look at that? Finally going to see Overpass as well. Really interested to see that one happen too. I quite like Overpass. It's a really nice map. Honestly, this is this is a good result from the map machine. I barely could have expected it any better. This is solid. And I'm really excited to see all of these maps happen now, honestly. And I do hope that we actually manage to perhaps play this final one to the full 3 of them.
Well, I'm curious to see if we will see Overpass be dominated by either team, or if it will be yet another very clear and close, of course, match, as we've seen many of times. We've only had one semi-walkover, which came a little bit closer due to Wayne's Party having a disconnect quite early on in the match. But they were able to come back. So I dare to say Wayne's Party might be one of the stronger teams in this tournament. As of course, the rest of the finals will be concluded tomorrow, as we'll be back at the regular time as well. RJ, just looking at the names, Nutiki versus Vixinios party, whose name I still can't properly pronounce. Who are you favoring, just name-wise?
Name-wise, well, I think that Vixtinho, it was. I think I believe more in them. It's the X in the name. I think that really does it for me. To be honest, that
they
really
have the
is
X
just
factor.
They have the X factor. You know, they have that clear critical element that they need to actually succeed. So yeah, that's the ones. Those are the ones I'm rooting for. To be honest, yep, I'm convinced.
All right, that I can understand, RJ. I'm going to go against you and go for Nutiki, because that's actually a name I can pronounce. So I have to
Okay.
hope that they'll get further in the tournament so I can at least keep that one going for myself. The next match will start in roughly 1 minute, and that means that we'll be going up towards a beautiful map once more and see who will be the best wingman to, of course, get ready for the bar season when they do open up again. RJ, are you a decent wingman?
Yeah, I try to be. Although I haven't had to be a wingman that often. I will be honest. You know, I tend to be the person who convinces people to just be like, hey, just go and ask, just go, man. And that's kind of my shtick, my deal. So yeah, I guess
Oh,
I'm more of a motivator than a wingman.
oh, well, it happens, RJ. Maybe you can motivate the players as well, as they're just about
Mm-hmm.
to jump in towards the match. I have to unfortunately admit that one of our moderators has said that RJ was slightly overhyped in the viewer match,
Yes,
but you'll just come back
nobody.
tomorrow. No worries.
Yes, I was just really enjoying myself, and I was really happy that we won a round. That happens. But indeed, now we see Nutiki. They get that round in. They get that knife round. So I expect to be seeing them start on the CT side right now, as that is most definitely kind of the preferred side to start on right here. And indeed, case in point, Shove and Inache, I guess, if we're just kind of freeballing these names right now on the pronunciation regard, are just going to start off on the CT side, feeling comfortable over there, and I guess just want to see how they can take it slow, take it defensively, and let Fixadinhos, I see why he was
Haha.
struggling with this one, come to them.
Well, it's going to be Chov trying to USP his way to victory, as he's also looking towards the B-long position. And Hayes is going to try to fight off the player at the tree, but meanwhile Chov has got one, and in Hayes will get eventually the frag on towards 16U as well. Nutiki, of course my team rooting for them, has got that first round in, and will now try to go for a decent buy themselves. Going to be two MP9s though against two Galil, so I dare to say Fixtinius party has gotten the better end, despite losing the round.
Well, I would agree, but then again, you have to keep in mind, look at the positioning of Inache, for example. With that MP9, well, if now he wouldn't actually fall back, if he plays that short range angle, then it can actually be really strong. So I might actually say if it's really a super close range battle at higher fire rate of the MP9, might just win out over, the Galil when it comes to that, like, within 3 meter type of battle.
It's going to be in Hayes or in Hachi, I might have to say. Playing on a relatively long angle with an MP9, just playing for the intel, but he will be dinked out after he already took Kennex quite low. Jav, however, with one refrag, trying to burst in a few times against a Galil fixing you on close range. However, he will also win that battle if fixing you eventually goes for that white strafe, picks up the Galil for himself, and might drop it over to his teammate. Thus, he can buy an M4 for his own trouble. That means, once again, Fixiniu's team will go for that force by Mech 10 and a Galil. possibly a setup to go more aggressively in towards the drop zone.
Regarding that name there, you know, we all know the legendary CSGO icon Donachi, so that's my logic for just saying Inhachi.
Yes.
I think that makes sense, right? Right?
Yes, I agree. That's the only logical sense I've come to think about in this Wingman tournament. Because players do make crazy plays. Chop now with the open kill on towards Vixinho. As Kennex now tries to move in via connector as well with the Galil in hand. He'll be tagged up from long range as Inhachi tries to do something. But he'll actually go down, leaving Chov with 10 HP and a 1v1 to clutch out. Three fires from Kennex will show his position as a White Strafe comes in. Chov will go down, and the first round now falls for Vixinho's party. Meaning they actually now get something on the board, but thereby still not all too great. But the same goes for Nutiki, who've constantly lost players as well.
Indeed, it's a chance to come back, but it's not everything just yet. And I do see that Zeus in the hands of Shov, so look, it already works. Vixinho goes down. Shov can upgrade to that max 10, and maybe now Inache with the 1D to finish it off could actually mean that, you know, this is actually a round won by Nutiki. Now, though, we see Inachi picking up that max 10, and oh, this is a tough battle, but Kennex, he is going to win here. Oh, the timing, Kennex looking away at just the wrong moment, means that Nutiki actually ends up winning this round against all odds, I'd say.
Yeah, this is quite a hefty replay to come in. I think Vixinho would have preferred to not see this one again, as the Zeus kill came fourth, and Nutiki now has the third round for themselves. Looking for yet another one. They are now with 2 M4s in hand, and again a Mach 10 for Vixinho. That's all he has, but he'll rush forwards on towards the Shov position. But Shov will just get a 2-man spray down with the Galil, rather. Picks up that AK now, and well, that's a decent upgrade to a 4-1 lead.
Oh, I would most certainly say so, to be honest. Nutiki, who can hold on to this now, and who knows, maybe in no time they'll actually go for a very solid first half score to work off, and then from there on out, well, I think if you lay down a really strong CT side on Cobblestone, you've just basically got the round, well, the game in the pocket, I'd say.
Well, Vixinho now with the Eagle trying to go for the highlight reel, but Chop once more getting a kill as he gets another double spray down. It is to a 5-1 scoreline, and Nuteki is trying to get as many rounds as they have stars in the European flag they're rocking. So they'll still be having to look for quite a few more. That seems to be on a decent stroll towards victory.
Indeed, and I'd say that, well, if they keep it up like this could just be another 2-0. I think that Nutiki, they seem to have that potential in them. They've got the momentum for it right now, but perhaps Vixinho will end up surprising. But they are just facing really difficult odds right now. The T side on Cobblestone is notoriously difficult, and I think that it's been proven time and time again every time that we did see Cobblestone today. It's only legendary plays, of course, that can manage to still get a win out of it in a 1v2 situation, no less as we saw in the previous match. For now, though, Shov continues, gets the first, and eventually the second, with a nice headshot to finish it off, and Nutiki getting the 6th round so far. As we enter the last round of this first half, that does mean that, well, Vixinho's party is not really going to end up with a strong advantage for the second half just now.
Yeah, we see, of course, just the basic util coming down. Shov picking up that AK as Inhachi has that AWP. Longer range, of course, a big factor here. If you contest long, this Vixinho has been contested by a nade to the face. 60 HP still remaining, and Shov going close on towards his position. The flashbang just a little bit too great, as well as his Mach 10 spray from Vixinho. Player in Chicken Coop gets one, but the molly will be in the way in the end. Vixinho now with a second round on the board, but still 4 behind as we switch sides, and Nutiki on this, of course, CT favored map, already in towards a decent lead. But they need more. They need 3 more rounds to actually get now this match in their favor, and of course go towards the second map, which will be Overpass.
Indeed, and Overpass, of course, that is definitely, well, I think one of the most interesting maps to see happen. Right now, Fixadinho starts off well, just like Kenix. That pistol round is perfect. And now, Fixadinho's party may have just gotten the momentum that they needed. And no, we'll have to see how it all pans out. Nitiki still holding onto that advantage, but it could be slipping away. I do like the Tech 9 that I'm seeing in the hands of Shov here. That could really play out well. But we're going to have to see a really high and quick, well, type of play to come out from Nitiki to make it work.
Well, it's going to be quite an awkward round for Nutiki because they need to get very close. Apart from that deagle, of course, from Inhachi. This smoke, beautiful. This spray, even better. Scanix now takes the second frag as well. It's going to be 6-4, and the comeback is already starting with some financial gain for Fixtinho's party as well. AK, though, on the other side, will need to make some decent headshots because otherwise it's going to be quite a difficult setup. Of course, it's going to be, if I must, an MP9 still, some decent utility for Fixtinho's party. And they're playing the slow game, hoping for their opponents to make a mistake on towards their side. And there we see, of course, Chov trying to look for more headshots. And so he will actually receive one. And nade to the face might deal enough damage, but it's just a little bit short as he does take down Fixtinho and leave Kenix with 31 HP. Just 1 or 2 bullets might deal enough damage to get him down. They first have to get him into view, and Inhachi, he will get that 7th round for his team.
And indeed, Nitiki right now, well, they're kind of staying ahead, but I feel like if Fixadinho's party now actually push on, they've got those 2 M4s, one suppressed, one unsuppressed. You know, that is one thing, you know, that is to be debated. But we'll see how that pans out. All they have to do is just hold on to that strong defense and handle the AKs in the hands of the Nutiki lads. They've also got plenty of utility to work with, though. I do want to see that being played out well enough, because if they use this, that flash, for example, or a smoke at just the right spot, it could actually mean that they get to go onto the site. And once they have that, they're at the 8th round. That's already map point. And from there on out, you know, it's easy pickings.
Yeah, we just now see Fixtinho play in this very annoying deep corner. And Molly will fly towards the staircase rather than his position, which means he'll still be safe for the time being. Kenix as well, just standing at the connector doorway. The smoke still giving some room for the CPs to work with, but a very good wide stray from Chov brings the first frag in, and as they don't know where Kenix is, it's still a little bit of a searching game, with Kenix also trying to look for the second player, having a hunch that he might have been dropping in the drop zone, but whereabouts he is right now is a little bit uncertain. But as the time runs out, 15 seconds left, they have to force their way on towards the side spot. The player in connector, well, Shov just goes for the safe plant then. And there's no util from Kenix, with his cross being held by Inhachi, who now sees the barrel, sees the head, and will take it down. 8-4 with Nutiki in a match point position.
Indeed, and this could just be the chance. If you look at the loadout from Fixadinho's party right now, only that MP9 and a deagle, and a bit of utility, but 2 smokes and an incendiary isn't quite something to write home about. So I'd like to see how that all plays out for them. We already see 1 smoke popping off. Kenix here going for that close range angle, which is a nice attempt, but sadly it does not succeed as Chov is completely on point and gets a clean double kill to win the first map for Nutiki.
Yeah, Chov just channeling his inner respect, as of course he's fragging as wild as respected on Cobblestone as well. We'll now be going to Overpass, a map we've been long awaiting, and I believe one of the few, or if not the only, we haven't seen yet today. So I'm curious to see if the players will be set and ready to perform here as well. Overpass, still one of my all-time favorite maps at all, just not in Wingman particularly. So I dare to say I'm already quite curious to see what the players will bring to the table, and if there will be just a little bit of dominance again from Chav, or if there will be a little bit of a bigger slowdown from Fixinho and his party.
Yeah, that's kind of the question right now. Fixadinho is going to have to turn it around on this second map. And, well, obviously, if that doesn't succeed, if he can't get this one from Nutiki, then it's done and dusted. But maybe it can be that turnaround again. It's a little bit in the pattern that we've seen in the last few matches now, that a team might win that first map, but then it gets completely thrown around in the second two maps that appear, the second and the third, obviously. That classic reverse sweep that seems to almost be standard in this Wingman tournament. So I'm very curious, and I'm kind of in a way, hoping for there to be at least a chance for a reverse sweep where obviously, Fixadino's party, they could at least get one map. They could at least push it to that third map. Maybe they'll still lose it out then, but who knows? Nutiki have looked really strong so far, but they can really just do their best and maybe just make it that 2-0 anyway.
It's gonna still be quite hard, to be honest, but of course it's going to be for Fixinho to get an early frag or round in and then build that momentum. If they don't, Nutiki will just try to build on what they've just been before. But as we said before, we've seen a lot of free mappers today already. Just a single double mapper, a 2-0 for Wayne's party. So it's going to be quite a hefty battle here, we dare to say, still with a chance to come back for Fixinho's party. Of course, first a knife round, just to mess with our brains as well, because my brain was like, oh, why are they running out with their knives? They should have already been peaked. But of course, when there's a knife round involved, you don't have that. So weird.
Indeed. Crazy, right? How things start off like that. But we'll see as Nutiki wins that knife round. I suspect that they'll be starting on the CT side. At least that seems like the sensible thing to do. But maybe not. As I see them right now. And no, indeed. The UI is tricking me. The UI is testing me, as it always does. It is indeed Nutiki starting off on that CT side, going for the, classic kind of defensive play to just wait it out. CT side, always an easier side to play, it almost seems, with how you can always just let your enemies come to you and how you can just completely wait them out. Boop.
Well, Inachi has a very good opening kill on towards Fixinho. A beautiful flick on towards Canix as well. And it is around a numero uno in favor of the CT. So their one knife is already bringing some success, I dare to say. And we do now see Fixinho's party trying to buy in with those Deagles, hoping to make things better for themselves. And that's going to be, of course, stopped possibly by Nutiki as they throw their counter util. They have a scout which has already landed a hit on towards Fixinho himself. And now we see Inachi just peeking in, getting another double, leaving 0 kills left for Chav in the past few rounds. But that's not really a problem, is it? Because they're still winning.
Indeed, and honestly, just letting Inachi pop off is exactly what you want. It seems to work, so let's see that KD ratio just keep rising, perhaps go from 4 to 6. But we'll see. So far, Nutiki, strong start, and also plenty of utility to work now. And Nade is actually going to damage more than I would have thought. Canix goes down, and Chorv this time turns it around themselves. They've decided that Inachi got enough frags, so now it's time for their own frags. So far on the Nutiki side, still rocking 0 deaths. And it looks like Fixadino's party is struggling on that T side. I suppose that maybe, well, just playing it a little bit more slowly, actually, rather than rushing in, could work a bit better. But let's see how they approach it.
Of course, then also depends on if you know any util setups, because if you don't, of course, you will have some difficult situations on your hands. Still, just throwing out smokes and flashes and hoping they land anywhere near target. In the meantime, we still have that MP9 and that scout remaining. Little utility for Chav as he's already expended all of his. I'd expect him to play close on the water, but I think he's more towards graffiti, hoping to boost out his teammate or just play close. If smokes do lay in the way, he actually gets a friendly smoke help from his teammate. A little bit of pre-fire bursting and then just falling back again, but that long range actually favors Kennex, as it will be now the opening kill in favor of Extinio's party. Good shot here again from that scout as he gets the tag down, but Fixinho, he's already moving in, and that is a clear-cut round, and pretty easy, as you said. Slowing it down, they sometimes just come to you.
Absolutely, and case in point, right? That does work, and now let's see if that means that Fixadinho's party will go for a turnaround as well. We'll have to see how that all pans out. Nutsiki right now are still reigning supreme, but it could all change at the drop of a dime. Although, I will say that this round could be critical. Economy-wise, they're both kind of at the same-ish level. And it looks like Fixadinho is sadly going to have to go down. Now, Chorv peeks in. Where is that repeat, Ganache? You should have gotten him. And, oh, that timing was off. Kennex can carry the round for Fixadinho's party. And so, they do get to the 2-3 scoreline.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward there. The flashbang not working out. The player from Fixinho's party able to dodge it in time, and now we see a 3-2 scoreline with just a single round lead. Mutiki still able to buy M4s, but they are lacking some decent utility as they're now being... What are they doing? Chav was just a little bit sleepy there, and Kennex is able to once more follow up with a good refrag and equalize the score to a 3-on-3 situation, and that means now we do see some troubles on the horizon, especially financially, with Nutiki not being able to buy a single rifle.
Exactly, but hey, good going for Fixadinho's party, I'd say, because now Nutiki are going to be rocking just 2 deagles and 1 smoke, which isn't going to do all that much, I'll be quite honest. And Archie, luckily, doesn't have to worry about a molly to cancel out, as he is hidden behind barrels. And Inhachi right now, oh, this is really masterful play, actually. Inhachi waiting and actually using his teammate as bait to completely tunnel vision Fixadinho to get the frag. That was actually really well played. I have to give the deserved props for that, as now Nutiki get that 4th round in expectedly almost. And maybe, just maybe, they could now end this positively and go for that 5-3 scoreline to go into the second half.
Well, this is just clean-cut victory with those deagles in hand, just playing a slightly less greedy playstyle than we've possibly seen before. And sometimes it just works. Also giving some room to your opponents just to make sure it works a bit later. And that AWP is, of course, a quite scary factor. But Kennex moving in is more scary for Fixinho's party, as Chav takes down Fixinho himself as well. 5-3, as you said. A decent score to end the half on. Still a 2-round lead. And if they do win the pistol, they could do a little bit better as well. I do have to say, though, Nutiki could have actually had a 7-1 score here if they didn't make some silly mistakes just a little bit earlier on. But, well, sometimes you have to forgive those things.
Yes, forgive and forget, as they say. But honestly, it is a shame, in my opinion. They could have actually gotten that frag, no problem whatsoever. It was one of those situations wherein I would have expected the repeat coming in from, I think it was Chorv, and it just didn't happen, allowing Kennex to get 2 frags in. And now it looks like they're trying the exact same tactic as before, but this time it's not going to work. Well, they're actually trying to copy Nutiki's tactic, but, well, sadly for them, it was not a successful attempt. They could not fool Nutiki, and now Nutiki only being 3 rounds away from a potential match win, a potential 2-0. And with how things are looking, Fixadinho's party's kind of mediocre performance so far, I think it's very much possible.
Well, Fixinho is now rushing through the Molotov. Here's the door open, gets a decent amount of damage done, but actually decides to peek the monster position. Now Molotov from Inhachi will give him some time to work with, and Chav just moves in with the USP. Gets 1 frag, now the second player will be spotted out and tagged up, and is USP just enough to get the round win in. The Galil, of course, being recovered, now a 7-3 scoreline for Nutiki. And I think they're trying to rush in towards a victory here, RJ. As we don't see the best economy on the CT side, this might be doable with a Galil and AK in hand and decent utility to work with, as they have whatever it takes. And, well, then you might see just a little bit of a more decent lineup than we've seen from the Fixinho's party. They just threw it wherever they could, and then peeking a long angle with the MP9 being wallbanged from the T spawn area makes it a little bit hard for Fixinho to stay alive in this match.
Absolutely, and as well, if you look at the economy right now, Fixinho's party together combined, they have $200 to their name. Even with a loss bonus, it means that they will not really have a decent buy after they actually lose this round. So this is a very, very tough situation. Now, the bomb is slowly but surely getting closer, and it doesn't even have to be planted as Chorv gets the frag. Kennex goes down, and now look at this loadout, right? Look at how Fixinho's party. You've got Fixinho who's actually making do with an MP9, some armor, and then Kennex coming in with the FAMAS. This is not a good buy. I'm very curious to see how they're going to make this work out, because right now, everything is pointing towards Natiki just getting their 9th free.
Oh, cheeky boost here on towards short. Will it be expected? Well, a decent flash and a decent spray as well. Just barely enough to almost get kill. Free HP left on Kennex, as there will be a little bit of greedy P coming in here from Inhachi. Chop now also going low, so that's the two big fraggers going on towards a one-shot possibility. And if you then go through the smoke, that's not always the best play. Will being picked up for Kennex, but there's AKs in the hands of the new Tiki members. Fixinho will go for that MP9 buy once more, which is still quite a hard way to play about. As of course it's 8-4, still match points for Natiki, so even if they lose this one, they still have some time to work with.
Absolutely, they can just play that to their advantage, and they are going for a rapid play once again. It's a bold strategy, but it might just work out. The problem is that Inhachi needs to anticipate being pushed the whole time ahead. And now Chorv in the meantime is going to go for that wall bang, but I can see this utility going wrong at one point, one way or another. Chorv now flashes themselves in, it works. Fixinho goes down, and now it's a 2v1. This should be winnable, and indeed it is. Chorv gets the second frag, and Natiki make it a quick 2-0. Very, very well played to land themselves just a bit further in this bracket, in this tournament.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Fixinho. In the end, tried to go for a pre-fire as he was expecting a player to rush in with, of course, that flashbang to come out. Of course, we can see it a little bit easier if he would have just waited and went for an anti-flash angle. He would have been able to spray down the player and then have another good fighting chance for the second. Now, however, they have gone out of the CSGO Wingman finals, but it also does mean that Natiki is also a decent contender. And, well, of course, then we'll have a beautiful look at the brackets. The other matches are actually still going on, so we'll see the results of that tomorrow. As, well, we expected this one to be a close one as well, so we would have expected this to go to a free mapper, but Natiki... yeah, they just said it's time for bed, baby.
It's time to be well rested for tomorrow, and indeed, they seem to have proven that they were definitely passionate about getting this done quite fast. But I have to say, really well played by Natiki in the end, and all the teams that participated and won today. And I'm very curious to see how tomorrow is going to be. I think that's going to be another spectacular day of some Wingman games.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will be. RJ, this is us. This is it for us tonight. Oh, just already putting words in together. So I think it's really time to go to bed for us. We hope to see you all again tomorrow, but make sure to still stay on the stream as we're going to raid possibly one of the players, maybe another person on Trovo Live. So he'll be or she'll be quite happy with the support you might be giving. Thank you very much for watching today, and we'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. CST.